Let everybody get back in here. Well, they playing with your boy, ain't they? Yeah, we most definitely back. They be playing, man. Hey, TikTok, man, just let me be great, man. Let me be great. TikTok, let me be great. Feel me? FBI agents, let me be great, man. CIA, let me be great, bro. Let me just. We ain't doing no harm, man. This is the book club of higher learning, man. We just, we just reading some books. If it ain't true, leave us alone, bro. Don't fuck with the sound. Don't report nobody. Don't do nothing. If none of this stuff is true, none of this stuff is real. You know what I'm saying? Because if something is a lie, you shouldn't have to worry about people believing this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, folks can fall victim to a lie, but eventually the lie stops being the truth after a while when people find out the truth. So I'm just saying, like, if y'all are 100%, look, I'm a little quick little message before we continue. Y'all who are 100% feel like I'm lying and telling lies and this shit ain't real and stuff like that, let the information go. And if it's a lie, it'll be disproved as a lie. And nobody has yet disproved me. I don't know about nobody else on this platform, but me personally, ain't nobody ever came for me and disproved nothing that I ever said. You know what I'm saying? And it's funny because it's a lot of people who be the main ones talking about some show proof. Show proof of your information. Show proof of your information. Show proof. The main ones who's asking me and all of us to show proof of our information are the main ones who can't show proof to disprove the shit that we saying. So now, before I move my head out the way, etymology. Negro means black, right? All my Spanish speaking people, Negro means black. When you go and get some black beans and you look on the can and say Negro beans on it, right? Okay, so tell me, black Indians in rebellion. See you, the way you read things, the way you comprehend things matters a lot. It matters a lot. See, not knowing any better in our sleep stage, we would see this and think that these are two different people. Negroes and Indians in rebellion. That's how you are ready. But since now me and a lot of other people, what's happening Evergreen especially, these truths, naturalism of Yahweh, opium, and a whole lot of other play no games, that's supposed to be dropping gems, and everybody else, since we didn't enlighten you a little bit, we became the light bearers to you. Now you know that these are the same people. This is one group of people. Negro means black. Indians. Negro means black. Indians. Negro means black. Indians in rebellion. Oh, King Blue, Negro Indian leader. Black Indian leader. Melanated, copper color. The only reason why they call you black is because of your skin. To them, because they are colorblind, because of the albino gene that they have, and they have ocular albinoism. That's the reason why their eyes is different colors. And when they tell you that they colorblind, they really mean that shit. They colorblind. So our skin is brown, but it looks black to them. Y'all remember that one thing they did with that dress that was like blue and gold, and people was down there fighting, no, it's blue and white, that's blue and gold. And it's people that really see like that. So from their eyes, you look black to them. But we know better though, because we don't have that problem. So, with that being said, King Blue, Negro Indian, Black Indian leader, Leavenworth, time, September 1894. Hold on. All the American Indians were wiped out. Hold on. It was nothing but Africans that came. 12 million of them. Hold on. 1894. Huh. Shout out to Juneteenth. Those weren't Africans on the plantation. Those was American Indians on that plantation in Texas, aka Mexico territory. Dear Mexicans, we are the same people. This is why we share the same name, the same culture, the same love of music, the same food, the same everything. Y'all grandmamas told y'all the same shit like our grandmamas told us. Peep that out. Peep that out. I'm going to reiterate that. What's happening, D? Truth? I'm glad everybody can tap back in. Let me go ahead and reiterate that. Let me go reiterate that. My Mexican brothers and sisters, black and brown, my Mexican brothers, we the same people. This is why you can come into the melanated community and you can find people with the last name Rodriguez and Carlos and Isabel and Bella and Maya and all this shit. And you can go into the Mexican community and find the same people with the same name, Isabel and Maya and Carlos and Rodriguez and all that shit. It's the reason why y'all can come over here and have some soul food. And you be like, God damn. And we can go to y'all and have some Mexican food and be like, God damn. Y'all niggas use spices too? That's why we can come to y'all and listen to y'all music. The Hispanic, the Latino music, and the beat get us going. Just like it get y'all going. And y'all can come over here, of course, and listen to the hip-hop. Of course, shout out to Fat Joe and all the Puerto Ricans and the Mexicans who contribute to the hip-hop. It's the reason why, come on, man, we the same people, bro. Get them people they shit back. Y'all selling us out for money, bro. That shit ain't cool. Y'all selling us out for money. That shit ain't cool. The only people who had y'all back all through history. Think about that. The only people who had y'all back and freed y'all at that. And it's crazy because everybody that we helped freed turned on us. That shit crazy as hell, ain't it? Everybody that we helped free turned on us. Haitians helped Dominican Republic get free. They turned on us. Our brothers and sisters up here helped Mexico get their freedom. A lot of them turned on us. God damn. A lot of us helped the Asians and shit. Hey, we taught Korean people how to cook and fry chicken. They turned on us. Everybody we help turn on us. Don't y'all think it's time to start helping people and start helping ourselves? We too busy helping and worry about everybody else. Some shit happened in France. All of us over here be like, oh my God, pray for France. Nah, nigga, pray for this hood. Pray for us. Half of these countries going through the shit that they going through because it's the karma and the shit that they reaping on what they did to the real people of those lands. Peep game, ethnic cleansing. Research what ethnic cleansing is. And that's what they did. How did all these places that Benjamin Franklin said were swarthy, from the Italians, the Spaniards, the Brits, the Scots, the Picts, the Germans, the Swedes, the Australians, everybody melanated except for the Anglo-Saxons. Now, boof, all the melanated people just disappeared out of nowhere. Where they went? Where'd they go? They disappeared like the Mayans disappeared. Where they went? Where'd they go? What happened to all the kings and the queens, the melanated kings and queens and all their descendants and they descendants and they descendants? And you pick up a book, the Moors, the Jews, the Sephardic Jews and Moors, exile of Spain in 1492. Pick that book up. It talks about all the melanated people in Europe, the kings. Even the kings got rounded up by the Anglo-Saxons and got over here. And then they just disappeared into history. Well, we just took all the Jacobites and all the melanated royal family of Europe and all the melanated Germans and everybody, the Mayans and everybody, and we shipped them to America and they just disappeared in history. But their descendants is labeled Black and African American, though. Come on, man. Come on. When you talk about all these Indian rebellions, you're talking about slave rebellions. And when you talk about slave rebellions, you're talking about your ancestors. They're the same people. Same people. There's Indian rebellions all through the 17 and 1800s. Even here, Gullah Geechee Wars, 1894, Gullah Geechee Wars, all that shit. All you gonna find is people that look like you in those fights. When Martin Luther King and all them went to Indian civil rights and got the Indian Civil Rights Bill passed, and you look around in that room, hold on. You look inside that room where that Indian Civil Rights Movement bill got passed. Shout out to shout out Lyndon B. Johnson. But when you look at that picture, go look at that picture. If you ain't never seen it, hop offline, type in Indian Civil Rights 1960s, and you look in that room, you gonna see everybody in there except for inside that room for Indian civil rights. And we talking about 1960s. That ain't ancient times. My mama was born in 1964. My daddy was born in 1955. My grandmama was born in 1940s. Her mama was born in 1890. Hold on. Check this shit out. Remember what I said? My great grandmama. My grandmother, her mother, was born in 1890. Check this out. Let's pull it back up. In 1890, my great grandmama was born. So who are they talking about? Huh? Y'all seen how far back I just went, right? They make you think that this shit was all ancient and old as shit. My mama, 1964. Her mama, 1940. Her mother, which is Blackfoot, 1890. During rebellion time. Come on, man. That shit wasn't that long ago. Ain't none of this shit that old. You want to know how close to ancientness that you are? 3 generations. And what I always told y'all, 5 generations, you got 128 grandparents. This is 3 generations ago from me. How many grandparents I got that was also part of this rebellion? I just said my great grandmama. My great grandmama got a mama and a daddy. Her mama got a mama and daddy. Her daddy got a mama and daddy. And they got mamas and daddies. And we talking, my great grandma already 1990. That means her mama 1950, 1820, 1810. My grandmama 1890. So, you know what I'm saying? That's 4 generations, including me. 5 generations, including me, put you in the 1700s. Keep up with me. I'm about to backtrack it with you. Keep up with me. That's 5 generations ago. 1700s. Another generation. 16. That's 6. Another generation. 15. That's 7. Another generation. 1400s. That's 8. 8 generations from us right now on this live was the exile of the Jews and Moors from Spain. That wasn't that long ago. You feel me? Exactly, evergreen, just like that. Numbers just like that. That wasn't that long ago, y'all. 6 generations ago. They make you think it's a whole long time ago. They black and white the films and black and white the pictures and shit like that. They do all that type of shit. But the camera was out during this time. There's probably real pictures of this rebellion going on. The camera was out during this time. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. If this is your first time, hey, welcome to the live, man. We all being here on some real shit. You know what I'm saying? If this your first time, hang in to the end, man. I'm guarantee you gonna love this shit from start to end. All my OGs was heading. Y'all already know what time it is. My next rent 30 minutes. That means you ain't been Christian that long. That means you ain't been Christian that long. This means you haven't been using the word Jesus for that long. Remember, the letter J wasn't invented until the 1600s. I just went back to the 1400s, 6 generations ago. You only been using the name Jesus for 3 generations. Maybe 4. You ain't been using that name that long. After your great grandmama, who was your ancestors calling upon? Letter J wasn't around. After your great grandmama, who your ancestors was calling upon? Letter J wasn't around. Anglo-Saxons wasn't around either. Great grandma, great grandma, and your great great grandma, your great great grandma, there was no Anglo-Saxons. Your great grandmother, there was no Anglo-Saxons, there was albinos. And I got a nice little tale about some albino invasions that was going on upon the melanated Europeans, which brought upon the Anglo-Saxons. See what happened, I'm gonna give you a rundown real quick before we flip this page. See what happened was, I've always asked myself, and I know plenty of other people always ask themselves this. If this is your first time, please hit that follow button. Just go ahead and get it up. Hey, shout out for that mute right there. Right on. Hey, so I always ask myself this. When you look over there in England, you see who's on the throne. You look over there in Dutch and Denmark and Spain and all these places that got royal families, and you see who's on them thrones. It's Anglo-Saxons. So I got the ask myself, how did they acquire that throne real quick? See, I know it was an exile and an ethnic cleansing that went on, but they couldn't kill everybody. That's why they shipped everybody on. Remember, Benjamin Franklin said the Anglo-Saxons are the minority of the world, so the minority cannot enslave the majority. It's not physically possible, especially when you're dealing with God's kids. It's most definitely not physical possible, so we know y'all had help. What kind of help y'all had? So I stumbled across this thing that said that there was 2, shout out to Brown Sugar, there was 2 melanated European royal families. They was brothers. They was beefing. Check this out. One of them married the Anglo-Saxon in. When they married the Anglo-Saxon in, they had kids. After the Anglo-Saxons used them to get part of the throne and the land and get the bloodline for the kids, because it's always about the kids. Hitler said whoever have the most kids control the future. Right. Hitler said it. Whoever have the most kids control the future. Put a pin in it. Now look around. Census. Population decline. Population incline. Peep game about the future. Now, they married in, had kids. After the Anglo-Saxons married in and had kids, they turned on them, killed them. See, the sellout melanated royal family was just trying to be spiteful against the brothers that he was fighting. See, you gotta remember, a lot of these kings back in this day, they had 30 plus kids, and they had multiple wives and mistresses and concubines and all that type of stuff. So it was a lot of kids, a lot of different last names and all that type of shit. When he died, he had a will. He left certain kids certain things, and he left certain kids no things. See, this is what, hey man, check this out. So the Anglo-Saxons got in. The melanated royal family who was turning on everybody else and selling everybody else, they thought everything was cool and gravy. An enemy of my enemy is my friend. But see, they don't know how these Anglo-Saxons roll. See, the melanated Germans know exactly how these Anglo-Saxons roll, because they part of the same, they was in the same area. But the melanated Britons and the melanated Romans who had control of Britannica at that time, they didn't know. They never encountered Anglo-Saxons or pale-skinned people unless you was albino at that time. They ain't encountered these type of wild men. So they thought everything was good. Anglo-Saxons already knew what's up. Troy, the horse, the people inside, the con, the trickery, the deceiving, the shit that they do best. They did it on them. Oh, so you gonna let us in just willingly like that? Okay, cool. Thank you for letting us in on your family, in on your land. Oh, this your house, nigga? You got a nice house, nigga. Oh, we talking about, oh my bad, we talking about Europe at the time. You got a nice house, niggas. G-U-S, nigga, nagas. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. They devised a plan amongst each other because Anglo-Saxons are three tribes. Remember that Anglo-Saxons are three tribes: Jutes, Angles, and Saxons. They are three different tribes from Germanic. They already intermarried within each other in Germany and became one family, Anglo-Saxons. So now they devised a plan amongst each other. How can we get a hold to they shit? Oh man, we're gonna do them the same way we did the melanated people in Germany. You heard me? Ah, okay, yeah, that sounds good. But we gotta do them a different way though. Because these Moors over here know those Moors over there, so they not dumb. We gotta do something different. We gotta do something different. Let's not get them with war. Let's get them with love. Because melanated people are romantic people. We are hopeless romantic people. We love love. No matter how much we say we hate something, we love passionately. And a lot of men get deceived by love. Sirens, succubuses, and shit like that. Same with the women, incubuses and shit like that. Love. So they came in with love. They charmed the shit out of us. Got in with the family. Married in with the family. Had mulatto children with the family. Those mulatto children got married to other Anglo-Saxons. Then that kid came out. You feel me? Then that kid get married on to more Anglo-Saxons to keep the, you dig? That's how it go. Ethnic cleansing. You heard me? Alright, so now, after they got it to where a couple of generations, the family line is like this and it's their time to rule, they turned on all the melanated Europeans. Welcome to 1492. The exile of all royal melanated kings and queens, and from Britain to Denmark to Dutch to Swede to Spain to Italy to Rome to Germany. The exile, the ethnic cleansing, 1492. Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue with a cargo full of royal melanated Europeans, and dropped them off inside the West Indies of the island of Hispaniola, in Jamaica, in Cuba, in Puerto Rico, Panama, Virgin Islands. Dropped them all off. Cape Verde, dropped them all off. Brazil, dropped them all off. Canada, dropped them all off. But the thing about the cargo was, it's not how everybody's saying. It's not what you think it was, though. Because the exile was them, they had a time frame. I think they had like 4 months to find a new land to go to. They had like 4 months to find a new land to go to. And if you don't leave within 4 months, we gonna kill you, you hear me? And everything that you stand for, your kid, we gonna give y'all these 4 months to find you somewhere to go, woo. So, Christopher Columbus and other Moors and Sephardic Jews and everything like that, they hit the ocean. Christopher Columbus, he had ulterior motives. You feel me? Because he was, in fact, a melanated man. He was a Marino. He was a mixed blood. He was Moors mixed with Anglo-Saxon descent. He was mixed. He was biracial. So he was doing the duty of the king, of dropping everybody off and all that other shit. We know how that story goes and stuff like that. So now, that's how the Anglo-Saxons got the throne. So that's why I said what I said. Who are these people now, and who are their descendants? You ever came across a melanated person who just acts so damn bougie? You like, God damn, bro, you bougie as fuck, like you from England. Alright. You ever ran across a melanated person who talk with proper English and that's just the way they talk? You know what I'm saying? And they refer to themselves as African American and all that type of proper shit like that. European in their blood. You run across melanated people who just innately catch on to Spanish without having any type of Spanish class. Go up to New York and go up to New York and run into any melanated New Yorker. This nigga can speak Spanish to you. On top of living with Spanish people, Spaniards were melanated. Italians were melanated. Go up to New York and listen to them dudes talk. It's in their blood. So now when you get to us, we are hybrids. Oh yes, we are hybrids. We are a different type of hybrid though. We're not GMO hybrids. We are hybrids as in a lot of us, if not everybody, have Sephardic Jew and more in your blood, inside your lineage. You have an American Indian in your blood, in your lineage. We're that type of hybrid. And when you break it down even more, when you get to the Indian tribes, a lot of us ain't nothing but different Indians mixed in. Because when you do your genealogy, like I did yesterday when I called my grandma and I asked her, shout out to Brown Sugar, because she did the same thing with her peoples. We was talking about last names or whatever. Everybody in their family have about 4 to 5 different last names. Like in my family, on my mama's side, example, your name is important. I'm trying to tell you, it didn't come from a white person. On my mama's side alone, you have Purnell. You have you have Purnell. You have Jones. You have what was it? It was Street something. Was it Street something? Southworth. No, you have Southworth. You got Southworth, you got Purnell, and you got Jones. All those are different last names, different tribes, different people. They all married and had kids, and we all connected like that. That's just my grandmama on my mama's side. The dude she married, my granddaddy, got Stancil, and his last name, Stancil wasn't his original last name. He changed his last name because him and his father didn't get along. So he ended up changing his last name to what his great-great-grandmother was, which was Stancil. But his original last name was, what was my granddad? My granddaddy's original last name is Rhodes. My granddaddy's original last name is Rhodes. See, when you do your genealogy, that's a thing too. Your genealogy, man, our ancestors changed their names so much to hide and duck persecution, or them and other family members fell out, so they didn't want that last name, so they took on great grandparents of their times last names and shit. Like they did there's a whole lot of things when you do that genealogy. This is why the names is very important. You gotta have it. So my granddaddy was Stancil and Rhodes. Rhodes, Rhodes. Those that. So just on my mama's side, my grandmama and my grandfather, we got down 5 different last names of 5 different people that we related to, that I'm related to. That's crazy. And my granddaddy's a melanated German. He's from Germany. Rhodes, he's from Germany. You know what I'm saying? My grandmama's a Blackfoot. My granddaddy's a melanated German. You know what I'm saying? Who ended up in Mississippi. My grandmama's a Blackfoot. Their tribe ended up in Mississippi. They started off in Canada and Montana and all that type of stuff, and they ended up in Mississippi. I wonder why. Reclassification, Trail of Tears, all that type of shit sound familiar? That's how they ended up in Mississippi. Benjamin Franklin was scared of melanated Germans from coming over here, and they still came over here, and boom, they landed in South Carolina, North Carolina, Mississippi, Florida, and the West Indies. That's just my mama's side. My daddy's side, man, it's the same thing. It's like 5 different last names on there. So as a whole, I have 10 different folks that I'm related to. 10 different folks that I'm related to. Jones, Purnell, Rhodes, Southworth, Stancil, Dooley, which is my last name, my daddy and them, Dooley. You know what I'm saying? Streetman, Boynton. That's 8 last names. That's 8 different people right there. Genealogy is important. Very important, because you want to know why? Because, like I say, my grandmama, the Purnells, the Jones is how the Blackfoot became inside the family. This is how I got Blackfoot in me, because the Jones married one of the Purnells. The Purnells, they had kids, and they ended up marrying a Southworth, which was the dude. Southworth was a plantation owner. He was some white man named He was a plantation owner and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So I got a little Anglo-Saxon in there. One dude, trust me, one dude, Anglo-Saxon. I'll go ahead and admit that real quick. You know what I'm saying? But him and my great grandmama, they had, she was a mistress, because the dude was already married. So she was the mistress and shit like that. So boom. That gave birth to my grandmama's mama, my great grandmama, who's the Blackfoot. Then you got my grandmama and shit like that. And then you go down to me and all that type of shit like that. That's that side. Then, so my granddaddy, melanated German, aka he was a Moor. Of course, he was a Moor. Then you got the Blackfoots, and then you got a little 0.1% of Anglo-Saxon in there. And you get to my daddy, you got fucking Tiano, Gullah Geechee, Seminole, and there's probably some Cherokee in that motherfucker, because Solomon Dooley, which is my great-great-grandfather, he was in North Carolina where all the Cherokees was, and his name is Solomon Dooley. He was an Irishman. He comes from Ireland. Chaldeans? Hebrew Israelites? Tribe of Shem? Yeah, that. Solomon Dooley. Yeah, him. He was Chaldean. That was his tribe. My grandmama, that they ended up marrying, Tiano. Because what did I just run down to you? The melanated Europeans went down to the West Indies. This shit didn't happen this long ago. And everybody want to tell you that you West African, man. Hell no, you better do that genealogy. This is why a person can't tell me I'm from West Africa at all, bro. I can run down my whole family back to the 1400s. You know what I'm saying? I can tell you how that shit happened. And I just ran you down half my family, and you ain't hear nobody coming from motherfucking Zimbabwe, the Congo, Gambia. You ain't hear nobody coming from Morocco. You know what I'm saying? Well, I mean, you got the Moors, so you know how that shit go. Moors was every fucking where, so you know how that shit go. So it's probably somebody from Morocco over there, motherfucker. I'm gonna have to dig into that. Probably somebody from Morocco if I dig deep. See, my grandfather, the melanated German, his family is such a mystery. Like, you gotta dig so deep with him, because a lot of the men in the family end up dying at early ages, at like 21 and shit like that, and 30 and all that type of stuff, from like wars and rebellions and all that type of stuff. So the men didn't really last long. They pretty much lasted long enough to reproduce, and then they had to go fight. You feel me? So his family is kind of it's kind of hard. And then my granddaddy's mother, she passed away giving birth to him. She died giving birth to him. So, like, his mama is most definitely a mystery. Like, that shit crazy. But like I said, you ain't hear nobody coming from no motherfucking Congos and no Nigeria, no shit like that. And my like West Africa, hell no. If anything, half the people came from Scotland and Europe and America and West Indies. But this is why it's important to do your genealogy, though. Let me catch up in the comments. Y'all been rolling down here, though. I ain't gonna go back too far. I'm only gonna go back some parts. My bad, y'all. Keep playing the hook game is in the house. Hey, I appreciate that, y'all. What's happening, K-Styles? Glad you can join. Stargazer was heading and shit. We probably all got one in us. Cause like Anglo-Saxons always try to sneak their way on in people's family tree and shit like that. So if you running down, and like I said, a lot of us got melanated European royal family and shit like that. So if you come from that lineage, you most likely got one Anglo-Saxon, because the Anglo-Saxons always tried to marry their way in. That's how they get the ties to their land. They gotta marry in and have a blood relative. That's the same thing they did over here with the American Indian. They married in, or they raped everybody and had kids and shit like that. Like, even though it was rape, the kid is still part of this land because of who else on the other side. Like that's how they play that game right there. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of us got at least one. It ain't that old bullshit 13% that they be trying to put on. They be trying to put a high number of Anglo-Saxon. It ain't enough to change nothing in you. That 0.1% that's in my family ain't do shit to me. I mean, look at me. Hell no. But some all of us came over here. Yup. I'm a historian. Slave is actually a Slavic word. Yeah, most definitely. We know slave come from Slavic. My blood orange. No, only 0.1% of people have mine. Right. Gambino, don't you? I think you mean Gambia. Whatever, bro. I mean, shit. If you want to correct me, go ahead and do your thing. I appreciate that. I mean, you knew what I meant, though. West Africans have a ghost gene. Cali in here. What's happening, Cali? Shell in the house. What's happening, Shell? A bit of that thin baloney little wild man dog lover blood. Hey, Power G. Hey. I mean, people do say I got thin lips, so I mean, shit. But a lot of, nigga be getting little scruffles and little whiskers and shit. You know what I'm saying? Hey, it is what it is, man. What's happening? Johnson? It was good. Ah, shit, your last name Johnson. Hey, man. Hey, you dig into your last name, bro. I dug into the Johnsons, bro, because I was like, I wonder where Johnson come from. Because Johnsons are every fucking where in America. Like, I'm talking about click deep, nigga. Johnsons is every fucking where. Everybody got at least one Johnson or Jones in their family. You like, hold on, bro. It's a lot of damn John. Dig into your last name, bro. Johnson, I'm gonna give you this, Jim. Johnson is a Hebrew Israelite name. Take that, Jim, and dig, big dog. I'm trying to tell you, your name leads you to hella water. I got some Johnsons. Yes, we are. Dead ass, no cap, man. Look. I got C and Gibbs. Look up Johnson's UK, yup. Appreciate you. It ain't no problem, bro. Hey, this is what I'm here for. If I'm here to drop a gem on anybody to help anybody get deeper into your family, hey, I promise you, man, we gonna get to the bottom of this shit. You know what I'm saying? Sherlock Homeboy is on it. You did. We gonna get to the bottom of it. Roger Jackson, straight from GA, what's happening? Yup, ATL in the building. Georgia. Southside. Zone Trey. College Park, you heard me? Yeah. Ricky's changed skin color. We all originated from the same place. I'm married into Jones. Blackfoot. That most definitely got some Blackfoot in it. Does that mean we evil? Juan Thomas, what you mean? Do that mean we evil, big dog? My last name Fox. Fox. That's a damn. I wish I could remember that. There's a Native American tribe called Fox tribe. Dig into that. I guarantee that last name Fox got a lot to do with that tribe. See, that's one of them tribes that's hidden. You stumble across on the books on the low. Yep, Robinson. Anything that have a son at the end, like Johnson, Robinson, and anything like that, man, hey, those names that have son at the end, are majorly connected with one another. Anybody that got one of those names, Johnson, Robinson, anything that got that type of ordeal to it, dig into it. Trust me. Like I say, your last name did not come from no white person. It ain't come from no shit like that. You feel me? So don't think that. Remember, the world was melanated. The French, Italians, the sward, everybody was swarthy. You know what I'm saying? These folks started off in caves. They didn't have language. We was already speaking French and Spanish and Latin and Greek and German, and we was already speaking that shit. You know what I'm saying? We was already doing that. We taught that to them. You feel me? Like real talk. So we already had these last names. These last names always been around. We always had these last names. The only difference was back then in them times, they were spelled different and they were pronunciated differently. But the simplified version that we have now came from that. The simplified version of English came from Anglo-Saxons. We spoke complicated shit. You know what I'm saying? Because we are intelligent beings like that. Everybody else had to simplify shit. So, hey, we're going to do a whole segment on language because I dug into this language shit and let me tell you something. The only reason why these people want you to speak proper English is because that's the only thing they understand. Literally, it's a backwards language. It's a broken language. It's a bastard language. It's a simplified language. That's the only thing they understand. That's why they speak English. When they be talking to everybody who come from different countries speaking Spanish and shit, they get aggravated. I never seen nobody get real aggravated because somebody's not speaking English. Speak English. This disrespectful and rude. You over here in America not speaking English. English is not even America's official language. We don't have one. It's not even our official language, period. Don't nobody respect the English language around the world. Melanated people who think you African. You know Africans call you an Englishman when you use the term Africa. When you say I'm African to an African, they know you are an Englishman and they will call you an Englishman. Because they don't use Africa over there. They only use that term when they talking to you, Englishman. That's not the name of that continent. And you can't say Alkebulan because everybody didn't speak Arabic either. That's not the only language over there in that continent. So every tribe had a different name that they called that landmass. You know what I'm saying? But hey, we're gonna keep this live rolling though. I've been rambling too long. I missed y'all. It's been a minute. I'm Scott. D's Truth. Your name come from Scotland. You got Chaldean in your blood. Your name come from Scott. The Scots. Your name come from the Scots. You got Chaldean in your blood. You know what I'm saying? Most definitely. Tribe of Shem. You know what I'm saying? Most definitely. Like Moore, that's my last name. Your last name Moore. Your family most definitely got Moors in your family. Moor, because Moore come from Moors. It's pretty much the same. They just threw an E on it. So your family most definitely got Moors in your family. You know what I'm saying? Dig into that. That's a Moore. That's a good thing. Like my cousin, I got a cousin last name Moore, and I told him, hey, dig into that. Our grandfather come from Germany, and your last name is Moore. I forgot to mention that. Moore. I'm also related to Moore. Come on, you know what I'm saying? So, your last name hold a lot. Johnson. And Johnsons, oh yeah, here we go. Okay, so Johnsons, check this out, because it just finally hit me. Johnsons are tied into freedmen. And we know freedmen is tied into the Cherokees, which ties into North Carolina and stuff like that. That's a good gem for y'all. I just want to make sure I get the whole thing. Jones, Blackfoot. Do you believe we are all gods and goddesses? Most definitely. You are your father and mother. If we from the land of Lucifer. Somebody checked out the video. Land of Lucifer. Somebody checked out the video. Hey. Fam. When I tell you that everything that belongs to us, they demonized and made it evil, that goes for Lucifer too. Luciferian doctrine is nothing but Moorish science, Yakub, alchemy. Luciferians believe that. Serpent worship. All our ancestors, serpent worshippers. Why you think they call you Nagas? Why you think they call you Nagas? The Chaldeans in Scotland, they were serpent worshippers. When St. Patrick came and he exiled all the snakes and shit, he talking about us, our people, serpent worshippers, Chaldeans, Shem, Moses, staff turned to a snake. When you're ashy hopping out the shower, you scaly as hell. Snakes move to frequency and rhythm real good and real nice. Go look at people playing flutes in front of snakes and they just vibe. And they just like how our parents used to do when they listen to jazz and blues, they just rhythm. Come on. So, and now you talking about the land of Lucifer, the plum serpent, Turtle Island, the Mayans, Quetzalcoatl, some more serpent worshippers. Ain't nothing wrong with that serpent. The serpent was known and is still known as the wisest symbol on the face of this earth besides the owl. The snake is one of very few reptiles whose pineal gland is still open. That means they can see into astral realms and shit. How you think they know when you scared? Snakes have poor vision. That's why they stick out their tongue and everything like that. But they can see your spirit though. Snakes got poor vision. But they can see though. That pineal gland, you feel? You're scaly. You peel. Your body 80% water. Anacondas live in water. Your body 80% water. Turtle Island, Nomos. We came from the dirt, Los. Yeah, but it takes water to make clay. We came from dirt and water. We came from dirt and water. You can't just give it up to the dirt. You came from the water too. Without water, you'll die. You'll dry straight up. Your skin is a pore. You a big ass starfish. You a big sponge soaking up everything. Come on, man. As above, so below. Water's above, water's below. You are in the water right now. You breathing in oxygen. That's tiny water molecules that you breathing in. Keeping the lungs nice and moist and shit like that. How do a fish know it's in a fish bowl? It don't. How do a fish know it's in water? It doesn't. They told you it's air. I'm telling you it's hydrogen. Next rant, 30 minutes. Let me change this slide, man. Let me quit playing. Let me change this slide. Let me quit ranting, man. Hey, I missed y'all for real, but I love getting on. We're going to pull this picture up real quick. This right here, we're going to talk about the melanated Europeans real quick. And a lot of y'all is going to look at this picture and think, oh, man, this is a black dude and a white chick. Negative. See, I always ask what happened to the albinos in history. The albinos are in history. They are in history, clear as day. See, Caucasians the Caucasians that we see today was not around 8,000 years ago. This is older than 8,000 years ago. So who was around? Albinos. A lot of these pictures that these folks are taking credit for, they were albinos. They wasn't Caucasians. This is an albino. And we're going to read about that. Melanated, albino, king, queen, albino. The albinos was most definitely in history. The albinos did a lot of invading too in history. They don't tell you that. See, in Africa, quote unquote, they call albino white people. They call them white people. So when you read a lot of these books and history, and they, oh, these are white people, or the white people did this, you got to be careful, because albinos back in those times were called white people because technically they are white people. Albino come from the Latin word albus. Albus means white. So you got Negroes and you got albus. Negroes mean black. Albus means white. Black, white, white, black. you was born without melanin, you're more likely kind of resent all melanated people. I'm just saying, if you was born without melanin and the sun hurt you and all this shit like that, but you know that you're supposed to be part of it, you're gonna have some resentment towards those who already have that. But we're gonna let that sit right here. So now, the Eastern Roman Empire, the Germanics, the emperor like Manuel I sought peace by marrying an albino princess. They sought peace, meaning that they were beefing. Melanated beefing with albinos before Caucasians were spliced into existence. Hold up. Y'all know that Africans aren't the only albinos? See, they only show you one type of albino for a reason. And they always show you African Americans who are albinos or Africans who are albinos, but they never show you what an albino European look like, or albino Asian, or albino Arab. They don't never show you these type of, or albino Mexican. I got a picture of an albino Mexican. I'm gonna go ahead and show y'all. We're gonna get back to this because when I seen this albino Mexican, it blew my motherfucking mind. Cause it looked like, hold on. Morrison, yep, Morrison. That name come from Moors too. Morrison. Hence why the Dark Ages was called so, because of black rulership, yeah. He only said his new American name. Teacher for real, Moores and Watkins, yep. Blackwell, Cooper. Okay. Google your names, origins, and meanings. Have fun, rabbit hole. Yeah, most definitely. Google y'all names and dig. Just like we digging in this history. That shit fun, rabbit hole. Most definitely a spell language. And catch up, it's a done, yeah. Let me catch up real quick. We had a national language, they just bamboozled us out of it, most definitely. French people get stuffy when you don't speak French. Well, those new French people are nothing but the same Anglo-Saxons over here who get mad when you don't speak English. They're the same people. Some of the real French people and real French descendants, they down there in Louisiana. Listen to them. I got beaucoup money. Beaucoup is French. That means a lot. Creole. A lot of Louisiana people still speak French, but the French is mixed into the slang. That's how you know the originators of certain languages, because we can flip it like that. Just like how we can flip English and create slang, Louisiana people can take French and create slang from it. It's because in their ancestor lineage, the original French. You know what I'm saying? They can do that. Same thing with New Yorkers. Some of that slang that New York folk be saying, a lot of that is Spanish and Italian. Peep game when folks be talking. But they can flip it because they ancestors, man, we been did this. Let me catch up real quick. Spot them, got them, hook game off the whack-a-mole. Hey, you heard me? I appreciate that. Yeah. Albino, Latino, albino, Mexican. Yeah. West Indian folks say we African, but all we have is Euro names and heritage. Hey. And what's crazy is that any West Indian tell you that you African, but they have Euro names, clown they ass, because a lot of West Indians, they have European names too, like Jean Baptiste. And I'm Haitian, and my name is Carlos and Charles, and you know what I'm saying? I know plenty Haitian people named Charles and shit like. They got European names too, because Europeans who were melanated Same thing to them. They American Indians like we got American. The same thing that happened to us happened to them because it happened to them first, then it happened to us. You know what I'm saying? That was a test run. This was the main course. That's how that shit ran. But, them folks crazy, though. Show me an albino born from a European. Show you an albino born from a European. What kind of European you talking about, though? You got to clarify that, because European don't mean white person. Well, on the census, it's a social status, so it kind of does. But the type of European you talking about, you got to specify. Because the European that you talking about, they are the albinos of Europe. They are the albinos of Europe, mixed with some other stuff. It's why Carl Linnaeus, one of the fathers of eugenics and race classifications and stuff like that, that's why he called Europeans at that time, the Caucasians, he called them Albus Europaeus, meaning white Europeans. And then you had Negro Europeans, which means black Europeans. So you see how that name, you see how that worked? You know what I'm saying? That's what they did. That's why I did that in the beginning when I was like, Albus means white, albino. Negro means black. Huh. Okay. Caucasians didn't come into existence till 8,000 years ago. Okay. Hey, shit crazy. Boris Johnson. Got James Bond in the building. Your name Boris? Pimp European name right there, Boris. But for real though, but that's the thinking that got me on this though. Like, a vast large amount of us have European names or Latin names or Arabic names and stuff like that. But they quick to say you from West Africa. How is that? When we know Benjamin Franklin, even in Benjamin Franklin time, them people were still swarthy. And Benjamin Franklin was what, 1700s, 1720s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s? All of Germany and state, they were still swarthy in that time. So they were swarthy when they came over here in the 1400s, and they were swarthy in Benjamin Franklin, and we are swarthy still. Them folks ain't disappear. They just call black now. African American. But it's an albino Mexican. Real quick. Alright. So now we're going to get back to it. We're going to go ahead and read real quick now. So now the background of it was, throughout recorded history, black rulers have used religion as the legitimizing agent for rule. The priesthood gratefully accepted their blame. It's cut off on my end. Hope y'all can see it. This symbolic relationship because they certified form the king's largest. Thus, when Roman Emperor Constantine, he was melanated, Constantine established the Catholic Church and Christianity. Yes, melanated Europeans did create Christianity and Catholicism because it was, at that time, it was an offshoot of Hebrew Israelite and Sephardism and Jews. That's why they call it Judaism and Catholics and stuff. Back in these ancient times, they said that a good Christian is a good Jew and a good Muslim because it's all the same. It's all related. Arabic, Aramaic, Israelite, all the same shit. When the Anglo-Saxons came, put a pin in that. We're going to talk about that. So now, but anyways, yes. So, hey, King James, his Bible, Christian, yeah, all that. You know how that shit go. So now, as the state of religion, he had actual interest in Christianity as such. He was for the unifying agent for his empire. And his, cut off on my end, the invading albinos sacked Rome. The fall of the Roman empires began when the albinos invaded, and then the Anglo-Saxons came in the late 4th and 5th century during the fall of ancient Rome. Now, albinos doesn't mean it was a clique of them. Because you know, like one out of 17,000 nowadays are albinos. So when you talk about back in this time, albinos, it was probably a nice number, but at the same time, you got to think of the melanated people who created the albinos at the same time. See, it takes one of us to enslave one of us. You feel me? All right, so now the albinos sacked Rome though and put an end to the Western Empire in 476 AD, 4th century, going into the 5th century. So now, followed by a period of 300 years where the albinos unchecked all over Europe. In 552 Italy, it was taken from the Goths. The Goths are Germans, Germanic people, by Constantinople, melanated dude. The Western Roman Empire had long since vanished in of the Gothic king of Italy. After 554, their peace in Italy and the appearance of, except that the government now resided with Constantine. So, the story had been born into a wealthy, noble Roman with close connections to the church. When became Pope in 590, among his first acts was a series of letters disavowing an ambition of the throne of Peter and praising thus reasons the Holy See had not exerted active leadership in the West since the pontificate is cut off on my end. So now, at these times, like I said, the Anglo-Saxons came in late 4th century and they took over what was left of Rome in the 5th century. But they had help. Who was the help? It takes one of us to get one of us, and that all skin folk, literally, is your kinfolk. They had help from albinos. See, the albinos of Germany is how they got spliced into existence. With some other stuff mixed in there, sugar, spice, and everything that nice, you feel me? But then they come over here, linked up with some more albinos. It's no different than when you walking, when a lot of us melanated people, man, when we walk into a building, what we do, we look for other melanated people first. My nigga, what's happening? Then you start feeling a little bit more comfortable. Same shit. They come over here and see more albinos. They was like, oh shit, what's happening? And they start linking up. That's how that shit happened right there. So, we're gonna flip it real quick. So now again, to keep the peace, he, melanated, married the albino to keep the peace. You know what I'm saying? Let's go down some more though. They did not realize what was the Mongols. The world was melanated. Mongolians were melanated. So even when we say that y'all got Mongolian blood and that, hey man, look, Russia, Germany, man, it's a motherfucking place. Asia, it's a motherfucker. The world was melanated. Those Mongolians that came across that Bering Strait, Caucasians and pale skin, unless you was an albino, did not exist till 8,000 years ago. The Mongols came across the Bering Strait damn near 20, 30,000 years ago when the world was still melanated with some albinos. So those Mongolians that came across the Bering Strait were melanated and albinos. And they mixed in with the original American Indians who are melanated copper color because American Indians don't produce albinos. As long as you been part of the black community, how many albinos you seen us produce? You don't see them, you'll probably see one a year, if that. You might see two a year. But they probably not even of our lineage. You know what I'm saying? But authentic American Indians don't produce albinos. And those of us who do produce albinos, that's because that, like I said, we hybrids, we're mixed. We have, sadly, a lot of us have that gene inside our blood because of the mixing and shit that went on. And a lot of us don't, because a lot of us is more pure than you think. You take a Moor and you mix him with an American Indian, you still got a pure melanated person, because Moors and American Indians are the same people. They the same tribe. They all this Hebrew Israelite tribe of Shem. We know all of that. America's the real old world. We know all of that. So we ain't got to run that down. And if you don't know, go ahead and check out the videos and dig and do all this stuff and check out everybody else who be on this shit, because we already covered that. So now, we don't produce albinos. You know who do produce the large amount of albinos? Those sub-Saharan Africans and Middle Easterns, Asians. Those Mongolians were melanated. The Huns was your first batch of who came into existence. That's why they ate meat. Cannibals. They wanted to eat people. They didn't want to eat animals and plants. They wanted to eat people. They wanted to eat people. That was the first batch of Caucasians, and they didn't look like the ones that you see today. They looked more like aliens at that time. Like, their mouth was different, their eyes, everything was different. They ain't look like that Neanderthal either. That Neanderthal was a different. Y'all Dragon Ball Z fans, y'all know Frieza and Boo and all them people who be changing their forms and shit. They went through a transformation. When they first got spliced into existence, they looked totally different than another evolution throughout time, because the evolution theory only works for them because they the only ones who went through evolution. We always looked how we looked from the beginning of time. We ain't no evolution. We are original. Original things and original beings don't need evolution. That oak tree in front of your house have not transformed into a different type of oak tree yet. It's been the same oak tree since the beginning. The grass on the ground, which is original and natural, those that is, have not mutated to nothing else. It's still the same as grass. We didn't evolve. We look the same from the beginning, and we're gonna look the same in the end. We are original, we are natural, we are nature. We don't need to evolve into shit. We already is. We are what we are. We gonna be what we gonna be. You feel me? But they had different transformations that they went through. The Neanderthal was probably like transformation number 3. You know what I'm saying? Number 3 or 4 or some shit like that. And what we see right now is their final form. You know, gotta use Dragon Ball Z terminology. It's their final form and shit like that. So, yeah. But the Huns, that was your first batch of Caucasians. Go pull up the Huns. They did a movie on Disney too, Mulan. The Mongols and the Huns and shit like that. And they was running in the snow across somewhere, and it was freezing cold and all that. Mulan. You know, Huns and all that shit. Yeah, that. Genghis Khan and all that. Then Genghis Khan was a Mongolian. I think he was a Mongolian, and he was melanated. He was highly melanated. They even said that he was melanated. He was melanated. Mongolians, they were melanated people. See this, and I'm only doing this so people. It's a lot of people that do research on here, and when they talk about history, they speak on it from "I hate white people" energy, and you can't do that, because you got to be fair. If you a Moor, you an Israelite, you American Indian, you got to be fair when you do this history. You got to stand on peace, justice, freedom, and liberty, and everything else like that. You can't operate off hate when you dropping gems, because knowledge has no place for hate. You might hate these people, but history is what is history. This is what history is. Before you was beefing with these people, you was beefing with other melanated people and albinos and shit like that. Tribe of Japhet is melanated. The only minority white people on the face of this earth are Anglo-Saxons. So that means Esau was not a white man. Stop telling people that. Stop spewing that bullshit. Esau was not a white man. Esau was a light-skinned, hairy-ass person. And we know that because there are melanated people who are hairy. You know them niggas with the caked up chest hair and shit like that. You know that. Stop spewing that hate. And a lot of Israelite brothers only say Esau was a white man. That's because you hate white people and you bitter as fuck. Esau is not a white man. Tribe of Japhet is in German. Ashkenazi is in German. Anglo-Saxons are a Germanic tribe. Everything about these folks is German, bruh. Esau's not no white man, bruh. If anything, Esau is an albino. That's who Esau was, man. Stop spewing that bullshit. I'm tired of hearing that. And if I offend anybody on that with what I just said, good. I don't care. Welcome to my life if this is your first time. Stop telling people that stupid stuff, bro. Esau was not no white man. Caucasians are from the tribe of Japhet. Or Ashkenazis or Anglo-Saxons. Jutes, Angles, and Saxons are the only pure white race on the face of this earth. Everybody else is swarthy. Ancient Rome. Swarthy. Y'all said Esau was where? Esau was where? Huh? Okay. That's what I thought. Stop spewing that bullshit. And if you're going to dig in these books and you're going to dig in history, you're going to dig in knowledge, you're going to teach people etymology and stuff like that, don't stop twisting shit. Stop picking and choosing because you just sound like an aggressive-ass Christian. That's all you sound like, an aggressive-ass Christian, because you just picking and choosing what goes with your narrative, just like Christians do. When you check them on some shit. Stop that shit, man. If you gonna be woke, bro. If you gonna be conscious, be conscious. If you gonna get on this knowledge shit, get on this knowledge shit, bro. And quit playing. Stop spewing that same old hate. But I've been hearing Israelites talking about the white man is Esau for the past 6 years. If y'all don't dig deep, if y'all don't go grab no books called Chaldeans, if you don't dig deep, if you don't go check out who the Joktan Arabs was, tribe of Shem, if you don't go dig deep, man. Go dig into the Incan Empire. Dig deep into the Olmecs, bro. Dig deep. Stop spewing that same old King James Version Bible crazy shit, man. You making the rest of us look bad. Who's going under this shit and who really standing on this Israelite and Moor and American Indian stuff. You making us look bad, bro. You spewing that same hate. Y'all just do that shit so y'all can cuss out white people and embarrass them and shit like that because you still bitter, bro. Let that shit go. On the corner screaming at people, and then y'all invite people over to have a conversation, and then when somebody like me come across and tell you about the Chaldeans, since you don't know who the Chaldeans is, you gonna say, brother, you don't know what you talking about. You need to pick up a King James Bible and all this. Nigga, what? I don't need to pick up a King James Bible, bro. We all grew up in the church with our grandparents. We went to church on Sunday. We went to church on Tuesday. We went to church on Thursday, Friday. Sometimes you went on Saturdays to the elder people and preached to them. My grandfather was a preacher, so I went to church hell of a lot. I ain't got to pick up that King James Bible. I know what it say. But what y'all do need to pick up is the Torah. Y'all be talking all this Israelite stuff, and I have not seen y'all on the corner with a Torah yet. Y'all on the corner with the same King James Bible. Y'all ain't on that thing with no Torah. Nothing. But y'all look at me like crazy, and y'all wonder why I don't pull up at y'all camps. I don't pull up at y'all schools. I don't do none of that shit because you can't talk to y'all folks. But y'all want me to fuck with y'all so bad, Brian? Hell no. Y'all indoctrinating people. Fuck. Man, hell nah, bro. I ain't gotta be part of no camp to speak truth. I ain't gotta. What? One brother tried to tell me to take my scarf off my head when I'm talking to him. Bro, you better get out my face. I ain't that woke, bro. You better get out my face talking to me like that. Take that scarf off when I'm talking to you. We're prophesizing right now. I ain't prophesizing shit with you. I'm just telling you, you need to pick up a book called The Black Chaldeans and read. I ain't prophesizing shit with you. I ain't gotta prophesize nothing. The prophecy is already happening. We living it. I ain't gotta say nothing else no more. We living the prophecy. I ain't gotta say shit. Those with eyes will see, those with ears will hear. Y'all brothers on the corner screaming at people that y'all ain't even listening. You're doing too much of that. You ain't even listening. You got 2 ears to listen twice as much than you speak. Hush up sometimes and let somebody else talk and teach you something. My next rant 30 minutes. I had to give it to the Israelite brothers real quick. The Moors, y'all got it on my next rant because it's a lot of y'all that's getting on my nerves on this motherfucker too. Y'all be talking about the same shit as well, going in circles. Kemet, Moorish Science and Temple and Noble Drew Ali. Bro, let's dig deeper than that, man. Come on. Let's dig deeper than that, bro. Come on, Plum Serpent. Let's dig deeper than that. Turtle Island, let's dig deeper than that. Wichita Merge, let's dig deeper than that. Lumeria, let's dig deeper than that, bro. Let's step out of Kemet real quick. Step out of Kemet real quick. And a lot of y'all Moors be talking shit about the Israelites, but you don't even know that Moorish science come from Yaqub, which is Jacob, who got his name changed to Israel. Y'all the same people. Fuck are you beefing with Israelites for? Okay. I got something for y'all. Next rant 30 minutes. We're gonna keep it going though. Hey, what's happening, Tho? Boy? What's happening?
It's good, man. Hold on, let me get away from this AC. Hold on.
Mm-hmm. What's happening? Oh, glad you could tap in. What's happening, Rita? Glad everybody could tap
Yeah,
back in.
man.
Brown
Like
Sugar,
you just
David.
said, them Huns. Everything,
Mm-hmm.
everything you said was real. When it comes to them Huns, people don't do no research into them Huns, and they put it all in front of you. Like you said, the Mulan cartoon. It's in a lot more cartoons. Which, like, bruh, if you go back and watch all them kung fu movies we watched as kids, that's basically who they was fighting.
Mm-hmm. The
The evil
Huns.
emperors.
And
Some of
this
them,
why
yeah, the Huns.
I tell people like, hey man, like when you digging for knowledge, you gotta dig worldwide because this shit's worldwide. Like, damn boy, all through China or
Look.
Asia history, all you hear is about the Mongolians and Huns beefing. And you gotta think
Mm-hmm.
about
Look, I'm about to crush the whole Moors shit with
do
one
your thing.
sentence. Right now, as we speak in 4K real time, 2022, they over in Morocco whooping black people ass. Whoop, literally, it's videos and all kind of it's literally pictures and all that. This literally happened yesterday. So all that Moorish, like in Morocco, supposed to be the country that's backing your claims. So if they ain't respecting the people that's in Morocco, what you think they think about the black people that's over here?
Hey man, this why I tell people you cannot go to court and fight for that more identity. These folks don't care.
Yeah, Morocco got to be the country that back you, right? Ain't that supposed to be the country
Exactly.
that's backing them? Okay,
Exactly.
then why are they over there whooping on black people right now? They just beat up a dude. I'm talking about they. It's like a mass race riot going on over there. Like that, like you
Man.
said, you got to dig deeper, bro. These people don't do no research.
And
This is
they
what I
keep
found out about TikTok. This is why I kind of like fell back.
what's up?
Everybody's jocking everybody's information. Like the true people that come out here and put the information out, you have 1,000 people behind them redoing that same video. Like, come on, bro. Like,
Dog, I've been on
bring something to the table besides what somebody else already brought.
hey, I didn't tuned in to people lives on the low, just checked in on the slide in real quick just to listen. I done seen so many people jock my information, these truth information, naturalism, Yahweh information, all of us. And they didn't threw their own little twist on it. They didn't added shit that ain't even supposed to be in there. They just doing shit just to get the follows, the likes,
Is
and
the
all that
new
type of shit. Hmm.
Yeah,
Hello,
yeah.
what?
Now everybody on Gaddy shit. Everybody trying to share Gaddy video. I literally seen his videos on like Instagram and shit. I'm like, bruh, like come on, bruh, come with your own information. Like it's so much information out there where we don't have to keep recycling the same information. Like we can come with new information every day, bruh. Like it literally could be some new
Man,
topics every day, but we don't like to research. We like to just jock another nigga research and then try to. You feel me?
yeah,
Like come
that's
on,
like,
bruh.
you know, yeah, it's like cause like one dude tried to check me one time about Kui Mayo videos and stuff. He was like, bro, are you jocking his shit? I was like, bro, me and Kui Mayo friends on Instagram. I talk to him, I watch his videos, and
Yeah,
I'm like, bro, there's something I want to add to your video. Is it cool? He's like, bro, go ahead. Information is free. And I'm like, okay, cool. As
exactly,
long as that
exactly.
creator gave me as long as that creator gave me the okay to do it, and we've been doing this shit for like 6 years now. You know what I'm saying? I just started doing videos. He been doing it, but we been talking about stuff, but that creator
Yeah,
gave me the okay, so it's okay. And Kui Mayo be inside our lives on the low. He just go under a different username, which I don't even be
different
telling
name.
people
Yeah,
shit. But I
yeah,
be seeing them pop in and shit like that. So,
yeah.
but it's
Like,
all cool.
like I was
But
telling the homie,
other people,
I be in the live. I be in the live on this dude on YouTube live. He basically be talking about similar shit what we talking about, but he don't go this deep. But you know, he a comedian dude, and I be on his
yeah,
live, and one of Bobby Hemmett cousins be in there, and like that actually fuck with Bobby. And he be giving us reports about Bobby and shit. So I'm like, I already know where you coming from. Like people be having representatives on this internet for them. You thinking
mm-hmm.
you bringing some new information and now they cousin in your damn live the whole time. You feel me? They uncle in your live watching you. Like
Yeah,
don't think these people ain't watching you.
I'm trying to tell
The
you,
elders right now they looking for dude people to put out there. And some of us is gonna be those people, like far as like going towards this new paradigm of information and learning and knowledge. Some of these people from writing off this app because this app ain't gonna be here forever. I seen a video today where
mm-hmm.
it's talking about it might shut down on the 8th, far as
Yep,
our spiritual talk and all that. So you feel
yeah,
me? You already know they
they
trying to suppress that.
and they most definitely trying to suppress us because but they didn't think that all of us was gonna take TikTok by storm like the way we did. Like, man, you can't scroll without seeing one of our faces dropping something. You know what I'm saying? And it's real shit. And it's like to the point where they passing laws for CRT. Like CRT been around for a minute, but it wasn't until these platforms start hitting and all of us start, hey, check this shit out about this information we finding. And they like, man, hell no, we gonna have to silence this shit. And they teaching spirituality, telling people keep their vibrations high and eat right. Not, man, these folks trying to get back to how they was. We gotta stop this shit. These folks banned me from live this morning. Said I was showing nudity and sexual activity and shit. And I was like, y'all can't even find nothing to ban a dude on. You just coming up with shit. See, Johnny said, I don't like when Israelites say the original man was Jewish. They mean the other way around. Most definitely, Johnny. That's why I say a lot of people don't really be digging. A lot of Israelite brothers don't understand that an ancient Israelite is not a Jew, and a Jew is not an Israelite. A Jew is a person who converted over to pretty much. You got Israelite as a nationality, and what they believe in is what pagan people converted over, and that's where you get Jewish and Judaism, and they turned your nationality into a religion, and shit like that. So that folks gotta stop that. Like ancient Israelites are not Jews; they're Israelites. Nothing more, nothing less.
Oh yeah, man. Did this shit freeze?
All Moors
Oh, I'm gonna
ain't good
step down
Moors.
and come back up. This shit froze on my end.
Okay, that's cool. All Moors aren't good Moors. Yeah, we know that. YouTube channel where you can say what you need to say. Yeah, I got that going. I gotta get my YouTube channel up to 1,000. Wow, that's why I be telling people go ahead and tap into the YouTube so we can start being there and we can say whatever we want freely. I'm at 700 right now. Y'all go ahead and tap into the YouTube. Our community is dumb lit,
Oh,
most
yeah.
definitely, man.
Yeah. Follow bro on YouTube, bro. I follow you. You feel me? You already know I'll be leaving comments and everything.
Yeah, I be seeing you all there, man. And
Shit,
they
I
most
got a
definitely try to.
YouTube. I just don't put no videos on it because YouTube. I ain't gonna lie. YouTube is you got to really put it out there. You got to grind. Like YouTube is like real work.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah, real
TikTok,
work.
this shit easy. This is nothing. You can just get on here and just say some silly shit and become famous.
Yeah, like, that shit really groundwork. That's why I like that. That's
Yeah,
why I linked the YouTube to my TikTok page. That's why I was like, anybody
yeah,
want to find it, you can go to my main page and it got the YouTube button right there and just click it. Boom, take you straight to the YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what I really trying to be on for
yeah,
real. Because you can say what you
yeah.
want, and I like that shit. The
Exactly. To a certain
only
degree,
thing
yeah.
is the
To a certain
green
degree,
screen. It's just the
yeah.
green
That's the only
screen that
thing.
YouTube don't have.
Once all these other apps learn how to do the green screen and shit, that's the only reason I like TikTok for the green screen
Yep.
and all the little effects. Other than that, if other apps had these same effects and green screens and shit, I wouldn't fuck with this shit. I'll be on some other shit because TikTok be too censored.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just good. I'm saying it pretty ass
Yeah.
32. Glad you can tap in. Doing good.
Every time I'm in your live, bro, you always the only reason I came up because you was hitting on some shit every like with the Huns. I've been doing research into them, like so. I'm like, damn, bro, hitting on that. Then you start talking about how to everybody be stuck on the King David Alpha plan with the Moors and all that shit. They don't know that basically all this like all them religions is like the same thing. It's literally the same thing.
Same thing.
It's like fraternities, like Kappa and Alpha and all that shit. That shit is the same thing. It's a Greek fraternity. Like, bruh,
That's
it's
why.
Boule. It's Boule and
That's why.
Illuminati shit
Yeah,
at the end of the day.
man, these folks took our way of living and turned it to a religion, and they incorporated their own paganism, crazy shit to it, and gave it back to us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like
Look, it made, like
that's
you
like
said, made holidays out of it. All that shit.
all that.
They find a way every month to get your money. Like I'm so happy that some people is really getting on plan like that July 4th shit. That's a start, bruh. That's a
Yeah.
start. We ain't never did nothing collectively.
No.
Let's
Mm-mm.
just try this one time collectively to do something. You feel me? And
Yeah.
then to do something, you ain't got to do nothing. Just don't buy nothing. You feel me? That's easy.
Yeah.
That
Shit.
ain't even hard. I hate spending money.
Hey,
Shit.
hey, it's kind of hard to the consumers, you know, because
Yeah.
it's some people who will get the itching and scratching who don't buy nothing. They be I gotta spend some damn money, you know, like they get like that. I'm like, bro, why you
Like,
bought
bro,
that? I don't even know why I bought this shit.
yeah.
It just looked nice. What? Fuck you just
Yeah.
say?
Yeah. It be a lot of people like that. That's what I said. People don't like. I knew like people was in trouble when the first shit hit in 2020, and people bought all the toilet paper, bruh. Nobody could tell me why they
Man,
brought all the toilet paper, and I was literally in the store looking around like, okay. First thing I was on, like, let me hit the battery aisle, let me hit the candle aisle. Man, I hit
yeah,
all the miles. That shit was still there. I'm like, ain't no need for me to buy it if it's still here.
man,
All the
yeah, nah,
batteries still there. All the candles still there. All the
everything you
water was
need was
still there.
still in
All
there,
the basic shit to survive was still there. I'm like,
brother.
but toilet paper was
Bro,
gone. People
these
was
niggas
fighting over it.
these niggas left the drawers. These niggas don't even want no new drawers, no clothes, no shit like that, like socks, like shit that you need toothpaste and toothbrush and you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
real, you know, they don't want no
the
bottle of
important
water
shit.
or
Yeah,
nothing. They ain't want
nothing.
no
Yeah,
water. They
these
want
niggas
toilet
got all the toilet. I literally seen like people with like 10 things of toilet paper in their basket and shit. Like, bruh. And they going to the store every day buying toilet paper. Like, come on, bro. Make it make sense.
Hey
People is not
man,
gonna survive this, man. What's
man,
about to
hell
happen is
nah.
a lot of people is not gonna survive.
But these folk don't know what to do. For real, for real. Let me answer this question real quick. Silverman. So, are Moors Israelites? Moors and Israelites are most definitely the same people. The only thing that separate them was probably like a last family beef. You know what I'm saying? Because back in the day, see, just like how me and Brown Sugar, shout out to Brown Sugar. So me and Brown Sugar, we read this book and we found out that this king one time had two sons. Both of them niggas was beefing, and that caused a division within the kingdom. Just like that, two brothers, they have brothers because they got different mamas and shit. But it's a simple fact, two brothers, and a lot of these stories, it's always siblings that's causing the division in it. So Moors and Israelites are yeah, so Moors and Israelites are brothers, one tribe, but it was a beef between them because it had something to do. See, now I'm about to flip it on y'all. It did so just like I told y'all in the beginning. I think that they flipped the gods on us and shit like that because if you think about it, all our ancestors were serpent worshippers, Nagas, and all this type of stuff. The serpent inside the garden was Enki. Or was it? Yeah, Inky. No, it was Enlil. Yeah, Inky. It was Inky.
See?
So okay,
Inky,
so now
they even got a nigga confused now. Yeah. See?
Yeah,
author of confusion.
Yeah, so exactly. Like when you start trying to think like that, shit get real confusing. But I was like, okay, all our ancestors were serpent worshippers, the plum serpent, the Nagas, and all that type of shit. Then the serpent in the garden, you know what I'm saying? Boom. That was our God for real. Then you got Enlil, which, hey man, I'm trying to tell people that when you talk about the Elohim, not all Elohim are good. Just like not all skin folk is your kinfolk. Not all Elohim was good. And there's something, y'all forgive me on this one, but there's something about the Yahweh is not sitting right with me because just because you change, just because you fill in the name God in the Bible and Torah with Yahweh, that don't change the fact that a lot of firstborn babies was being killed in the name of Yahweh, and all this crazy shit was being killed in the name of Yahweh, but nobody killed nobody in the name of Enki though. You know what I'm saying?
Look, you ever seen that movie? You ever seen that movie Prometheus?
Yeah. Yup.
All right. Remember how when they finally met the dude that was like they god or whatever, the little Anunnaki dude, which we know he would have been melanated in real life, but they had him ghost white. But when they finally met him, they asked him what was the meaning. Remember, the old dude was trying to live forever. He wanted to live forever, and basically, he was like, "Shit, man, this is like a job. This they like the guy was like, this ain't no one person's job. Like one person didn't create y'all. Like Elohim was scientists, just like that. I think the term Yakub was scientists. It was never just one person. It was a group of people. You feel me? Same people.
Even inside that my bad for cutting you off, but even inside that movie Prometheus, in the end, only he woke up. He was still surrounded by other ones who were still asleep.
A whole bunch of them. Yeah, it was a whole big ship. So it probably was 1,000 of them in there. Yeah. They just got to one part of the ship. You feel me?
So, and his blood fell off in the water and it gave birth to so what if all their blood did that? You know what I'm saying? But they just showing you him for an example of what actually happened with everybody. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, damn, let's make man in our image.
Yeah, they always put it out there in movies and then how you thinking the movie is bullshit. Like, man, that couldn't have happened. This is fantasy.
That's the whole point of sci-fi. That's why they call it that.
Yeah,
but
we gonna make them think it ain't real.
Right. So Silvermane, that's pretty much what it is. The Moors and Israelites are brothers, but a lot of them had separated because some went astray and became heathens and took on the ways of the heathens, and some decided to stay straight with the Most High and the laws and stuff like that. So that created a beef between them. But Ham and Shem, they always was click tight until they started beefing and shit. You know
I think basically it's like a silly, goofy movie, but that shit was dropping so much science. Man, they be putting it out there. I've been on Young Elder and Rod Hayes or whatever on YouTube or whatever. They've been dropping science too about the free Larry Hoover and all how Larry Hoover really a chief.
Yep.
But I was looking at some shit. You seen the new Doctor Strange?
Nope, I want to see it, man. A lot of people seeing it without me.
everything Rashad Jamal was saying about how it's like different dimensions and it's a cartoon dimension. Nigga, they showed that shit on Doctor Strange. This nigga went into the cartoon dimension. He went into a paint dimension. He went into all kind of different dimensions.
Mm-hmm.
Go see
Hey, I
that.
want to
Yeah,
touch.
watch that.
Hey, hey, I want to touch. I want to touch on that. I'm gonna watch it first, but I want to touch on the different dimensions because a lot of people is not understanding that. Man, we come in different shapes and colors in each one of these dimensions. This is why I tell people this right here. Like, I'm digging more into this quote unquote physical realm as they call it, but when you dig into it and like I was on this wave like yeah bro like we are a soul having a human experience inside this body and all this shit, but then I started thinking, hold on, if this table is nothing but energy that's condensed and everything that's solid in this 3D realm of physical is just condensed energy and your soul is
Yeah.
energy, you are your soul walking around, you just condensed. And when you die,
Mm-hmm.
you become lighter. Die etymology means two. You just become lighter energy.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. You
this
said
physical
your
realm
physical
is
body
an
ain't become
illusion.
material. Look,
Yeah, this
then
physical
they got
realm
the
is an
internet.
illusion.
Look, yeah. Then they got the internet, and they've been telling you what the internet is the whole time. What is the cord that you hook to the back of your router and to whatever, like your TV or whatever? It's called an Ethernet cord, right? So that is the
Yep.
ether realm. The internet is
Yeah.
the ether realm. We all in the ether realm right now and don't know it. Like, come on, bro. They've been dropping hints in front of us the whole time.
Yup.
The
And
whole
and, this,
time.
and here's the crazy thing that this is only the 3D. When you get to like 7 and 10th D, because there's infinite planes, so there's infinite dimensions, parallel
Exactly.
universes and shit. So you change forms all the time.
Exactly.
There's a crystal
It's a
form.
dimension. Yeah, it's a dimension where you look like Roblox and all kind of shit. Yeah.
Yeah, bro, they used to show that
Real
shit.
shit.
They,
Yeah.
they used to show that shit in cartoons on Cartoon Network back in the '90s and shit like that. Like a
Mm-hmm.
cartoon character is like Bugs or something will run into a door and it'd be a different dimension. They be laying flat. Then you run into another one and they all
Yeah.
box shaped and shit like that. You
Yeah.
oh, okay. They always put it in front of our faces. And I'm like, that shit crazy as hell. It's crazy.
But
And this
yeah,
is
that
why
Doctor
like
Strange was breaking down the dream world too. It was breaking down like how you can basically every time you dream, you really seeing yourself in another dimension. That's basically what your dreams are. You in another
Freddy
dimension,
Krueger.
which I already knew. Yeah. Yeah.
Freddy Krueger, when she went to sleep and grabbed Freddy and brought him back
Mm-hmm.
into to the three,
That was
she
a
went
whole
to the fourth
that was a
D.
whole different dimension.
Yeah, she went to the
Yeah.
fourth D, grabbed him, brought him back to the 3D.
I think it was one. Remember, it was one where Freddy Krueger was in the Nintendo. Remember,
Yep.
it was like a dude that was hooked on Nintendo, and the nigga
It
went
was
inside
two.
the gang system and killed him.
It
That's a
was
whole
2D.
different. Like, come on, bro.
Yep.
That's 2D right there.
Yep.
Like
Yep.
we've been seeing this shit the whole time and didn't know it.
Didn't know it.
Never knew it.
And
Never knew what we was looking at.
and this why our ancestors really wasn't afraid to die and fight for what they believed in, because they knew that they gonna come back. They just gonna come back in a different
Yeah,
dimension, which is a different form, because all
yeah,
these dimensions is happening simultaneously right now. Like right now I'm talking to y'all,
yeah,
there's a me in a
yeah,
different dimension doing something. Or probably doing
yeah,
the same exact thing.
yeah.
You know what I'm
But instead of being on the phone, your ass at a damn convention speaking or some shit. You feel me? And we
saying?
all at this convention.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. On a
Yeah,
higher realm, shit
it's the
like
1930s, and we in an old church, say having this same meeting. You feel me? Like you
it's all
said, past, present, and future is all going on at the same time.
all going on at the same time. That's it. Energy, man. That shit crazy. And people
Yeah,
still think that spirituality is bullshit, but y'all crazy.
yeah. They better
And
wake up.
they better wake up. And that's why I say that another reason why Moors and Israelites are the same, because in each one of the book, from the Quran to the Torah, they say the same thing. They talk about all this.
Mm-hmm.
Arabic and Aramaic is the same languages. They come from the
Same
same.
language. Yeah,
They come from the same father
yeah,
language. So yeah, free Rashad Jamal. I already knew that they was gonna come get big dog. Free him
yeah.
for real.
He knew it too. He knew it too, cause
Yeah,
like them last few lives, he kept saying like they take me down, what he was gonna do and all that. But I knew he wasn't gonna be able to do none of that. Just like this is why like I said, I came from the Dr. York shit, like back in the '90s. But what
yeah,
made me like fall away from the Dr. York teachings is because he was saying he was from Planet Ritz. I'm like, bro, how you from Planet Ritz and you in jail in America and they ain't got you out? They ain't came, your people ain't came and got you. The Redskins ain't came and got you. Like I
mm,
fuck with York, but goddamn, like come on, bro, that's some simple
yeah,
shit. Simple, this simple to get like this earthly jail. That's simple to get out of. It's. I literally was in Atlanta, Georgia, when I used to live in Atlanta in DeKalb County. I watched some Mexicans escape through the roof of DeKalb County, and DeKalb County is like a skyscraper jail. I watched
yeah. I
them. I
know.
literally watched them, like some illegal aliens climbed to the damn roof and was gone. I watched them. They
Hey,
was in
I
my
get.
dorm. I
Hey,
watched them.
I'm gonna be real. I get it. The Mexican, bro. They gonna escape some shit. they gonna. They
Yeah.
gonna get the fuck on.
Them niggas got the fuck on because they knew they was getting deported. They didn't want to go back. So they like, shit, we'd rather be out here thugging it in America.
And that's why I felt like a lot of Mexicans helped freed us because you got to think about the Mexican territory too. A lot of Mexicans that
Mm-hmm.
helped freed us, and we helped free them because we know how to escape some shit,
Mm-hmm.
and they definitely know how to
Yeah.
escape some shit. You know what I'm
Escape some
saying?
shit, yeah. The niggas digging tunnels and everything. How many
Man,
times El Chapo got out?
El Chapo had hella
You feel me?
tunnels out of this
He might
thing.
not even be in jail right now.
But
Yeah.
man,
They might
why?
be capping about having them now.
He right, he probably been gone, and they don't even know where he at for real. But
Yeah, like,
his
come
wife
on,
was a
man.
soldier, like
They
for
couldn't
real.
get his wife. She was showing up to court in Bentleys and shit, talking about, nah, I borrowed that from my cousin. She showing up to court in different dresses, $10,000 Gucci purses, and all kind of stuff. She was every time they was asking her, she had a rebuttal. Oh, I
Hmm.
said, man, how can these people escape, but Dr. York still in there, bro?
For real. Something up. Let's see.
Sum up. And like I really like studied. Like I was deep in. I used to go to Tamaray and all that. I used to go to the pyramid all the time down there at Edenton. Like I said, I grew up in Atlanta. Like that was like we used to. Me and my brother. That's what we used to do. We'd meet up with like females or whatever, and that was like the flex. Okay, we gonna take you to the pyramids. You feel me?
Mm,
How many niggas can say I could take you to some pyramids? Like we used to take females out there, bruh. And
yeah.
like, and I will buy books and shit. You feel me? But
Hmm.
bruh still in jail. It's 2022. He's still in jail.
Yeah. Hey, that shit crazy, man. Let me go ahead and what's this right here? I flipped to real quick. Oh yeah,
Oh
so
yeah, man. I'm finna step down anyway. Let my phone charge. I'm gonna holler at you though, man. I just had to get my little rant out real quick. I appreciate you,
that's,
bruh.
that's cool. You know you always
Yeah.
welcome to know.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna let you get on with the lesson because I need to get this. This look like some deep shit right here. I'm ready to hear what you got to say about it.
All
All right,
right, I
peace.
got. All right. Hey, anybody want to join the live? The live is always open. Feel free, you know what I'm saying? But let's get back to it, though. Shout out to everybody who's saying the 84. Tigers, y'all out here wilding. I seen y'all down there. So now, the Romans invaded Britain in 43 AD. The Romans, or the Roman, was part of the Isle of Great Britain. It was part of it in 43 until CA in 410. Remember, Anglo-Saxons came 5th century. This is that time. Them and that invade the Americans. Okay, so now the Romans left Britain and was invaded by Anglo-Saxons, a general term referring to the Germanic tribes and Alps who came to Britain during the 5th and 6th century, including the Angles, the Saxons, the Phryces, and the Jutes. See, that's another name right there. See, I thought it was only 3 tribes that made Anglo-Saxons. Now we got a 4th tribe, the Phryces. We're going to have to look into them. Oh yeah, we getting deep. So now they established Anglo-Saxon kingdoms in the 5th century. until the Norman conquest of England, and is by William the Conqueror. At this time, the Normans have not been Anglicized yet because the Anglo-Saxons have just made their way to Rome and Britain and everything like that. So that means that the Normans were Moors at this time. They were Moors. They was Moors from Norman and all, and Norwegian and all that type of stuff like that. Dutch and Denmark and yeah. This okay. So now the Norman conquest of England by William the Conqueror. So from the early British name represented by Welsh, Corodald was probably the first king Anglo-Saxon. He was the first king of the Anglo-Saxons from 519 to 534, cited by Anglo-Saxon chronicles as the founder of the kingdom of West Sax, which is West Saxons, and the ancestor of all its kings. It's cut off on my end. So now when you reading these, stories like these, remember we talking about melanated Europe, and they telling you who's invading who, when, where. They got statues, melanated Europeans. They got statues of us. They got statues of us. They have statues of us, melanated Europeans. Who they invaded? Who did they ethnic cleanse? Who did they exile? Okay, so now, when you hear these stories of all these Sparta 300s and all these Trojan Wars and all of these Beowulf stories and Romeo and Juliet who were melanated because the Montague family was a melanated royal family. Shout out to Shakespeare. He loved writing about Moors. So Romeo and Juliet were actually Moorish children. It was actually half siblings who fell in love. Crazy. This is why the families wanted them to stay away and all that, because they was related. Crazy, right? Shout out to Shakespeare. Shout out to Shakespeare, you feel me? Hey, but they were melanated. Bro, look, man, everything that y'all think everything you thought melanated people didn't do, man, these folks did. Your people probably not did that, but your people don't speak for everybody else. There was melanated kingdoms going to war with other melanated kingdoms. There was melanated families who didn't like melanated families. And this is why I tell y'all 100% of melanated unity, that's not possible. It's never been possible. All we need is a nice tribe, a nice kingdom of our own. Those of us who are on this level of intelligence and common sense and knowledge seeking and stuff like that. Just us, man. We good. And those who see the progress within us, they will join. They'll start to wake up. Some people got to see it to believe it. That's cool. Because me personally, I am confident in everything that we be teaching these people. And I am confident in everything that we can do and have the ability to do because we have the intelligence and the know-so to do this stuff again. You know what I'm saying? We ain't got to be separated no more. We can have our own community. We can actually put all our fiat currency together and buy a town, and all of us can move there, and we ain't got to be separated no more, getting on TikTok dropping jewels. We can actually have our own city hall and sit inside our cities, and everybody can go up and teach and spread knowledge and information. Like, we can really have that. I believe in us that much. Everybody else got to do it too and believe too as well, so we can move as one for once. It's been a long time since we moved as one, man. This right here, what I'm reading to y'all, is the first COINTELPRO. That means we haven't moved in unity in a long time. The European side of us, the melanated European side of us, haven't moved in unity in a long time. The American Indian side of us have always moved in unity with the Great Spirit. Real quick, we got another live real quick. Hold on. Got another. Let's see what's happening. What's happening?
What's up, bro?
Cooling. What's up
Y'all
with
can
you?
hear me pretty good on here. I'm trying to see what's up with
Yeah,
the camera.
yeah, we can hear you good.
All right, what it is, bro? All right, I just wanted to join because I wanted to holler at you, bro. I always see you dropping knowledge and stuff. You feel me? But I already know it's a lot of play more, so I don't really be on it like that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
But hold up, why my camera not working? How I make my face come on the camera, bro?
Shit, I don't even know for real. On mine, you pretty much would have the
Oh,
option for
okay,
real.
I see it. I see it. I see. It. I got it, bro.
Okay. Mm.
All right, there we go. What it is,
Yeah.
brother? All right.
Cooling.
Let me turn off this game. I was playing GTA 5, man. Let me turn this shit off. Man. Hey, I'm gonna step outside, man.
Yeah, it's cool. I'm about to change the background real quick.
All right, let me get my ID and shit. Cause I be having to prove to people. They be like, bro, how you a more of this and that? What make you a more? I be trying to tell niggas I went to school at 15 years old in Temple, Florida. I went to the Morris Temple in Temple, Florida. 15
Yeah,
years old, I learned under so many elders until the time I became 21.
yeah.
So everybody be asking me, but I always pull my ID out to prove a point. I don't never pull my Morris card out because Noble Drew Ali say don't do that. That's like a war
Mm-hmm.
card when you pull your Morris ID out and you show
Mm-hmm.
people that you ain't supposed to do that.
All right.
So I just show them this. They see that turban and that crown.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And
That thing.
I only allowed to show my driver license because I'd be violating the Morris treaties if I show the other card. Now the reason why I have a turban and a crown on in every identification card is because I am Morris royalty that comes out of Ireland. And I heard you talk about the European bloodline that we got. A lot of people don't even know that we are. A lot of us was dark Europeans, and they be thinking a lot of us was just white. Them white sons that we got is our children. The white, the Irish, the German, the British, the Brutish, should I say a real name, the Brutish,
Yep.
those are our children. They come from our nut sacks. Them castles they
Facts.
sitting in, them are castles they stole from they granddaddies and they pappers when they got mad and started siding with their mulatto mothers and their mulatto fathers. They start switching out on their dark kinfolk.
Yep.
But
They start killing them
the
off
reason
and
why
shit.
it's still in our castles and stuff. They didn't know how to build and do all that stuff. That was only us that came and taught them that. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I
Mm-hmm.
gotta get on here, bro, because you got a big face on here. I don't really be on here like that because I be working a lot of shit, bro. I can drop
Yep.
knowledge. I can go right to the archives. But see, you are more, so I know you know the elders be telling us you can't talk about that. You cannot get on TikTok and you cannot talk about that. No. I done got plenty videos took down because elders done told me you cannot be dropping knowledge in the public realm like that. You got private, you got public.
Yeah.
Nah. If you want to come fuck with me on a private tip, tell you about all that shit. But on the public platform, niggas will take this information because they don't have access to the archives.
Right.
A lot of niggas don't have access to the Moors archives because they not really Moors. They
Yep.
just be running their mouth on here. And they be hijacking the nigga shit. They'll put on the turban and they'll put on the fez
I
and they
be
just be
feel.
rambling, making the nigga look retarded. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? I'm a real royal Irish Moor. I'm
Yep.
a real Moor. You
Right.
know what I'm saying? So people like, but Moors aren't Israelites. I be like, stop the nonsense. Who told you Moors aren't Israelites? Nigga, we beefing over religions and names again? So I'm gonna beef with you because you say Allah, and I'm gonna beef with you because you say Yahweh. We did that in Europe already, and
Yeah.
now we are here because of that result. We are now here because of the result of that and what we did in Europe. Now
Yep.
I always break it down for people. What happened in 1492? You gotta go research 1490. What happened in 1490 is the reason what happened in 1492.
What
If
transpired
you
to it?
and what happened in Africa, because people don't know about the kingdom. We had an empire, Al Maghrib, and we
Mm-hmm.
had the kingdom, Morocco. Now,
Mm-hmm.
in the kingdom, they was hating on us in Europe. We had gold in our mouth, we had gold in our beards, we had bathhouses full of concubines. Nigga, they wanted
Yep.
some of that too. They trying to send a tax out. Hey, we finna tax every kingdom in the European provinces for gold because we see what y'all got and y'all think y'all can't reform back to the kingdom just because y'all went over there and y'all got big. So when we said no, what you think that Sultan did? It was a mixed Arab Sultan. He was an Arab and he was black. His father was a
Yeah.
Moor, but his mother was an Arab. So he was a mulatto. In reality, he was a mixed Arab, but he was a Sultan at the time. He didn't.
Yeah.
He was already racist. You know, a lot of the Arabs didn't really like us, dark skin. You know what I'm saying? So they
Mm.
kind of had a little racist tendencies going. So his,
Yeah.
he was already raised being racist. Like, man, fuck them niggas, fuck them dark ass niggas, fuck them. So he already had this mindset. So when this European king Ferdinand came and said, "Hey, we heard you having trouble with the Moors over there in Spain. We can help you out with our troops and stuff. You know, just give us what we need, and we'll help you overthrow their ass." That's how that went. So
Mm.
people be wondering, how did the Moors just lose all that shit? Nigga, we got crossed out. We got wrote out
Yeah.
of history. We got X
And
out that
then
shit.
And then I want to tell people too, and then at that same time, that's why I tell people that the Israelites and Moors is one because whenever you see the Moors, you see the Israelites. They just went under Sephardic Jews. So
Right,
the same star and the same star and crescent moon when one moved, the other moved. When the other moved, the other. At the same time, where when Noble Drew Ali had the Science Temple going on in New York, the Sephardic
right,
Jews had their school and stuff going on too, and in New Jersey.
right,
But a lot of people don't know about that because they they don't want you to connect all the lineage that makes you you because when
right,
you connect it, it's American Indian, it's Moor, it's everything that's hidden because everything
right.
is yours. Once you
Right.
realize you like America, not only America is ours, but over there is ours too.
Everything.
And just like you said
Everything.
that just like you got Scottish, bro. A lot of us have that. Just like I said, just like I said, my great granddaddy, his name is Solomon Dooley. I got the census records and everything. Solomon, we already know
Right,
what that name is. And the last name Dooley literally means dark skinned warrior.
right.
If that a person can't tell me my name came from a white person, which dark skinned warrior, please tell me how I got that from a white person.
'Cause see, I be trying to break it down for them because I got Gullah in me too. You feel me? And I be telling them Morris came to Florida too, and I can prove that. When I went to
Definitely,
Tampa, you can go to
the
the Bay of
Seminole.
Tampa, go to the school. You can go to the school at the Morris school right now, and that sits over the water in Tampa. It's five Morris seals. I touched every five Morris seal. I touched every seal. These are the original seals that when the Moors came here, they left them right there in Tampa Bay, Florida. They ain't never left
Hey,
nowhere. It's no niggas just don't research enough to know
man,
that
it's
our
so much
seals are
history in
still right
Florida.
there in Temple, Florida. And man, that shit crazy. But it's like, but see, I know the TikTok shit kind of ran by them agents and shit, and they be trying to make everybody still fight each other and beefing. Or we gonna make this video
Yeah,
circulate that way, and we gonna make his video circulate through the Israelites, and we gonna make them start hating and beefing. That's what they did, bro.
that's
You
what
feel
they
what I'm
do.
saying?
And I peeped,
So it's
bro.
like,
I peeped that. I peeped that shit one time. I got on TikTok and I kept flipping through the for you page, and one thing I kept getting was people who were just dissing Moors and this or this. I was like, why am I getting this on my news feed? I don't follow nobody that do
yeah,
this. Like, I got a specific
right,
niche, and then that's when it hit, and then that's when I started
right,
doing this into my lives, telling everybody like, bro, we the same people. We need to start doing this shit because I'm seeing y'all out there, and I know y'all seeing me.
right.
Stop that shit.
Because they
Bro,
know we got deep.
these folks
They
had
seen
already
when we
did that
came
to
together,
us
bro.
way
They
back
seen it.
then.
They seen when we came together and had this TikTok shit on Smash, bro. They seen that shit already.
Hell yeah,
That shit scares them. You don't see how hot it done got? You don't see
man.
how high the earth done got?
These folks
Man, the earth
making
responded
laws
to us. Whether
like
what?
the Senate and the
Because they know,
government
bro.
who want to pass the CRT law. He literally said, bro, there's so much information flooding on these social media platforms that my child can get a hold to anything. He don't even listen to his teachers. I want to ban all of it. I was like, niggas is
Right,
making that much.
right.
That lets you know how many woke people out there. We think it's only a little bit of us, man. We worldwide. I seen woke
Bro, we
people
all over the place.
in. I seen woke
We all
people
over the
in
place.
fucking Europe, in Spain, and shit dropping videos, and I'm like, damn,
Right, right. G
this
shit,
shit
bro.
crazy.
Cause okay, last time I was in Florida, right, I was telling people about the Moorish elder that live on Lake Okeechobee. Cause I have two descendants that fought in the lake, and Lake Okeechobee, the Gullah Geechee War. And then I was trying to tell them, explaining them about the black Native Americans and stuff. They be like, bro, ain't no natives black. They was all slaves. Or your people was only slaves. If they were native, I'm like, where the fuck y'all getting this bullshit from? I'll go right to the reservation right now and have real dark skinned Native Americans tell y'all and call y'all out for being closet racist, bro. Y'all not gonna
Man,
do that. One thing about it, I got ancestors that's still buried on that lake, Okeechobee, that died in the war and still is buried on the lake Okeechobee. You feel what I'm saying? I can go into my own family archives and kill all this noise a lot of them on here making, talking about ain't no dark skinned natives. First off, if you want to get technical, native is a fake ass term. The term Native
it is.
American is a fake term that was made
It
in the
is.
1800s. African American
Thank
is a
you.
fake term made in the 1980s. Black is a fake ass term made by Dutch slave masters in the 17 motherfucking 60s. Ain't no
Thank
before
you.
any of these terms. What were we called? What did they call us? What was we calling ourselves? You feel what I'm
And
saying? So they
I'm gonna
be
tell you
they be
something. And I'm gonna tell you something. And then like I always ask that, and I'm gonna tell you the top three names that always came back on them artifacts was we either was called Moors or Mers with the U's, Amaru
hmm
Khans, or we was
hmm
children of the sun. Like they always made sure to say children of the sun in a couple of artifacts, and they had a sun and shit. But those are the three major things. So I was like, bro, it's something to these right here. If I
right,
keep coming back to these names,
right.
Merge and Moors and Amaru
Remember
and the Kong,
remember when
because
Noble Drew Ali
Kong
went
just
to Egypt?
mean emperor,
Right.
you know.
That's all that means. You remember when Noble Drew Ali went to Egypt and he came? It's just like when Malcolm X left. When Malcolm X left and he came
Oh
back, then
man,
he started teaching about nationality and Moors and us being Aboriginals. Before
man,
that,
he can't.
bro, before Malcolm X left, bro, he was teaching, oh, we just black Muslims. And he was on that wave. When he left
Mm,
and came back, he wasn't talking about nothing about being black no more. That man was teaching straight nationality. Malcolm
yep.
X, Shabazz, Malcolm Little, who they called. That man knew he was a Moor. I don't even know where they getting this from, where he thought he wasn't, because his teacher, Elijah Muhammad, was a student of Noble Jew Ali. You feel what I'm
Yep.
saying? When Noble Jew Ali went to Egypt and found out that we got we are the last descendants of the last royal priesthood of what? And he came back and started telling us that. Man, they had to get him up out of there. You telling them that y'all the royal priesthood? No, get him up out of there. No, we cannot have him telling them that they are the royal priesthood and they gonna know that who they is, and then they gonna try to get their shit back. No, we can't have that. In 1955, we lost our last court, the last Councilor Moorish court. And I always ask people, how do we lose that? And after that, why did Martin Luther King start pushing that black shit harder? All that old freedom reign and all that shit. Right after we lost the 1950 Council of Court. They can kick rocks with all that freedom reign shit. Nigga, you was already a free Moor. You didn't want to be a Moor no more. So you got rid of the court system and started marching behind this old boule ass nigga with this Greek
And
letter
then
fraternity shit, and you ain't got no Greek blood in you. Like
no,
that's
and then you
I'm
had
sorry.
Jesse Jackson in the background, who was the agent of everything, pulling the strings because after Martin died in the 1980s, they promised him that he was gonna run for president and win if he pushed that African American and all his agenda
Mm-hmm.
so hard. But then he kind of fell back out the race, and he was gonna win,
Mm-hmm.
but he fell back out the race mysteriously. But the African American term stuck. His job was done. But them folks flipped on him though,
Right.
like they always do. And now he's
Right.
looking crazy in the cut.
Mm-hmm.
You done sold out the people and they sold you out. You
And
got
I see you be
bamboozled.
on point though. You be on point, bro. You be on point, but I be seeing that, bro. And a lot of, believe it or not, I heard when y'all was talking about a lot of people take content and be, bro. I've seen multiple people take videos that you made, that these truths done made, naturalism, Yahweh. They even untook what his name is, brother Opium, I
Yeah.
Opium 98. But you see, bro don't get a lot of views, so they think a nigga don't be watching like that. They'll take his information and get dig off his shit, but bro still being shadow banned. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I done seen niggas come take my information. I went to the archives and asked the elder, can I post this? For a fact, I know I'm the only one that posted it because I'm the only one who went to the archives and they requested the book. And it take like 3 weeks for them to give you the book. You feel what I'm
Hmm.
saying? It take them about because they got
And
to
I be
get
wondering,
cleared through the Literally,
I be
bro. It
want to
worked like
tell
this,
people
bro.
so much stuff because my
All schools
granddaddy,
connected.
yeah, like my granddaddy who came from Germany, like he's a real deal more. Like he told me so much shit growing up, and my dad too. And I'm like, bro, there's so much shit I want to tell y'all, but I can't tell y'all, but I can give you the book. I can just lead you to it because just like you said, like certain stuff you really can't talk about in public because you still got agents out here and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So I was like,
Right,
hey, take these books and dig. I can give you the book and hopefully
right,
you can connect the dot like that. But this shit
right.
is deeper than
Remember, I
what
posted
people.
that court case. Remember, I posted that court case, bro, when it was that Moore who was getting tried in court in 1848, and they were
Yeah.
saying that's not what that court case was about. I only exposed the light that the Moore exposed the Supreme Court for lying about who the landowners was. You feel what I'm
Hmm.
saying? He made them admit who owned this land. He said, "All right, I understand that this case is not about this, but I got to ask you this question, Supreme Court Justice, for your honor, for my honor." That's how you know he was a Moore because he said my own honor. He recognized his own honor. Because once you recognize yourself as a Moor in the draconian court system, they have to recognize you as being royalty and being a royal on the land because that was the treaty was all about. So they can no
Yeah.
longer treat you like property and like you were a black slave and all that shit. So when he said that, he said, "Yo, we don't own the land. The Moors are the owners of the land. The Moors are the mound builders are the owners of the land. The ones who was in the Mississippi, the ones who were in Florida, the one." I'm like, damn, he took me to make not make Wikipedia. Do you know it took me damn near a year to make them make Google, make them put that shit up? Google refused to put that shit up. And after I posted the information, this was still like, oh no, y'all lying, y'all ain't proved shit. I just proved it. You asked me who run the land, who own the land. I showed you from California, from I'm in Cali right now. I'm in the land of Queen Khalifa right now. You feel what I'm saying?
And
It's some Moors
yeah.
in Long Beach that fuck with me so heavy right now 'cause they know I know what I'm talking about. There's some boys that be
And,
telling me, bro, keep doing that shit on TikTok. Keep doing that, bro. They watching us, bro. Don't think for a second Ty's
yeah.
not watching you. Don't
I
think
want
for
to
a
say this
second none of the
about
elders are watching. They always watching.
and and opium 1984. They got him. They shadow banned him. They shadow banned the brother when he bought when he brought. I think it was his grandmama or his auntie on TikTok, and she was talking about the chick the Choctaw and telling them like, yeah,
Yeah,
bro, you right. And I was like, they about to. I knew they was gonna do it because when I bought my grandmama on here a long time ago, and she was talking about Blackfoots and everything like that, and she was like, man, my sister can pass for a Puerto Rican, and she's telling you how certain ancestors can pass for certain things back then. And like the
right.
census might say they was mulatto or white, but in reality they was just passing for that just to get certain benefits because it was hard to claim American Indian at that time. So they had to play the
Right,
game and pass
right,
as white and shit like that, just so the family can get a little something. And I was like, man,
right.
that shit real.
Opium, I see
Like,
what you said, bro. I'm gonna explain that, Opium. You're right. Everybody is not a Moor, but the reason why I had to show that. Okay, let me break this down. 'Cause a lot of them don't understand. Like, why does the Moor tie in with the Indian movement? In the 1600s, the Moors, it was a Moor that came here that represented the kingdom of Morocco. When he came here, he made it official that we would be the protectors of this land over here. So after that Moor came to America and made that official, the Moors came over here and started breeding. We were not colonizers. We did not colonize nobody. That's not the Moors' ways. We came here and we start mixing with the so-called native tribes over here. So we
mm-hmm,
became cousins. This is why the word Moor and Mer and Indian became so together and synonymous every time you read it back then,
yep,
because we was the first protectors of them protecting them from everybody else. Now you had these a bunch of sellout Moors who just wanted to drink and smoke tobacco. Because remember, they were smoking weed back then too. That shit is old. That shit is
I
people be thinking weed is new and drinking alcohol. That shit is old. They were doing that in Kemet,
that shit.
smoking weed, getting bugged and shit.
Yeah,
That shit is so old.
but
I
these
don't know
folks
why they
done
think that
found
shit new,
mummies
bro.
with weed buried with them.
In the afterlife, they still trying to talk you. No game, and no games. You feel me? Damn, my bad.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. But yeah, I would have because a lot of them don't really know how to more tie in with the Indian movement.
Right.
A lot of Moors are not really like how should I say this? some some Moors have no tie to the land. What makes me different than a lot of Moors is I got Indian blood. I got native blood because my
Exactly.
Jamaican side, I got Arawak and Taino with me from my dad's side. My dad is from Jamaica. My dad is from the Blue Mountains area. My grandmother is from Maroon Town. My grandmother was a Arawak and a Maroon, but she looked more
Yep.
Arawak than anything. You feel what I'm saying? So that's what make me
Yep.
a Moorish Native American. That makes me that. Everybody else can't say they that. Everybody else cannot say, "Oh, I'm a Moor and a native." No, because they don't got the bloodline for it. They might just be a Moor. It might just be a Moor. But to have real
Yep.
native blood, you gotta have native blood. You feel me?
Yep.
Whether you
And
native,
and I'm gonna tell people this too, real quick. I don't mean to cut you off, but I want to tell people that. But in those of us who have both lineage, your ancestors was in those American Indian revolts that I've been telling y'all about because
right,
they clicked up as well. Like I'm talking about to protect the land. This is why Moors and American Indians were mixed and clicked in because they was protecting the land from the Anglo-Saxons who was invading, slowly making their way on over and everything like
right,
that. And like, man,
right.
that shit go deep for real, for real. Like a lot of them have
And
it. Just
remember,
like you said, that down there in Florida, you got the Seminoles and you got the Gullah Geechees. Like these
hmm
are Moors and American Indians together.
right, right. And you can actually read about and see I could go matter of fact when I go back home if y'all on live I'm gonna show the world who my family is over there in Clewiston, Florida. Clewiston, Florida is the oldest segregated town in Florida. It was the first
Mm,
segregated town. Those people that's in Clewiston, Belle Glade, Pahokee, South Bay, all them people is Gullah Geechee Seminoles. All them people out there is Gullah Seminoles. Anybody that's
yeah,
dark skinned around that Lake Okeechobee area, your people fought in that war. Your people fought in that war. Now, if you want to go a
and
little down
Creole.
south to Miami, see, Miami had a lot of that mystical bloodline shit going on. Miami, and they got a lot of serpent
Mm,
mounds down there in Miami. Miami got a lot of serpent mounds. And I be trying to
I,
tell people, like, y'all don't think it's the pyramids in Miami, man? They knocked the pyramids down in Miami. They made sure when they came to Miami, they made sure they knocked down every mound. They was digging up mounds, bro. It's still mounds in my hood in downtown West Palm Beach. It's still mounds, burial mounds of black people in the hood, bro. And we walk
man,
by it every day. Every day we walking by, not knowing our ancestors right there looking at us still watching
right there.
everything we doing. You feel me? If you in the South and you see a mound type structure, go walk on it. And if it feels soft in certain places, you walking on your ancestors.
You are,
You walking on
and that.
your ancestors.
Ooh, bro, I'm glad you said that because a lot of these houses are built on burials, bro. I had a house. I grew up in a house called Green Forest in Georgia. It was Augusta, Georgia. It's a like an hour away from Savannah and shit.
You said
Our
Augusta?
backyard was so, huh?
Ooh, you said
Yeah,
Augusta?
yeah,
Ooh, what? All right,
man.
I
That
know you see.
backyard was so soft, dog. And then when my mama pulled up the house history, I'm talking about like 50, like it was like 50 graveyards wide of American Indians that was buried up under that land. And it was so much weird shit used to happen around that house. And I'm like, damn. And so the people who sold my mama the house, they basically said that the whole neighborhood was built on top of an Indian burial ground. So I was like, damn, so not only did they flood our cities, they built houses on top of our ancestors and shit. That
On
shit
top of it
crazy, man.
and just said, fuck that.
So when people ask us for
They
proof,
definitely did
our
that.
proof is buried under your gated community and it's flooded in Lake Lanier and shit like that. That's why our proof is at. Your people destroyed the shit. Because
Right.
ask why would they destroy our proof that ties us to the land? And then you'll get the answer because it's the simplest answer. Because it ties us to the land.
Right. Absolutely.
Shit crazy.
In Georgia, I remember I was in Savannah, Georgia, bro. I ain't never seen so many spirits in my life until I went to Savannah, Georgia, bro. I got off
Ooh, they got
the Greyhound station. At the Greyhound station at Savannah, Georgia, I was going to the store, bro. I seen a nigga just like he was in the 1800s walking down the. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning. I seen a man just like he was another time period walking down the street. He didn't say nothing, he didn't lift his head. But when he got to the end of the street, he tilted his head up and he ain't had no face, bro. He ain't had no face. Georgia got wild energy, bro. Georgia, Savannah,
But
inside Atlanta, on the outskirts of Atlanta, bro. Let me tell you something about them spirits, up, bro. If you got that blood in you, they're gonna show themselves to you. If they
Yup,
know, oh yeah, that's one of our descendants. Come on, we finna go. They gonna show you a little words that we watching. This man ain't had no face, bro.
I
I'm
believe it.
sitting here looking down the street like I know this man didn't have no face. You see what I'm saying? But that probably was just the ancestral spirit just trying to show me like, yeah, we see you, son. We see
Man,
you.
hey, that's
That's
why I
how they.
tell
That's how
people
they.
too, like,
That's how they
and
show
then when you
themselves.
talk about back in the Gullah Geechee Wars and the Seminole Wars back in that time, Georgia was Florida. Like Florida was the whole Southeast. Like all the states that we know now is in Georgia, South Carolina. All that was considered Florida back then. All the way to Louisiana and Texas and stuff like that. So when you hear about Seminoles and Gullah Geechee, think about how many and how much land and how wide that shit is. And it wasn't just that because the Tiana and the Arawak was in Florida too. And remember, Florida was the whole
Hmm.
Southeast. It was so many Indian
Right.
tribes, not just
Right.
Indians. Man, I tell y'all, we all literally related somewhere down that
I
line.
see a cousin right here
Like all of us
talking
probably
about
like
Khalifa.
30 cousins and 50th cousins and shit.
If you ever come to Cali, bro, I'm in Cali, bro. I'm in a place not too far from a place called Joshua Tree. It's not too far from like I'm over here by the national parks and shit in the desert. It's nothing but mountains and shit. And they talk about Queen Khalifa, bro. You can still go in some of these mountain areas and find old scribes on the mountain walls, bro. You can still see. I'm sure. I don't think I'm allowed to, but I'm gonna try to show it. You can see paintings, bro, on the mountains, on some of these mountains over here, bro.
Hey, that's my
And guess
next
what they
trip,
look
Cap.
like, bro?
Hey,
They
that's
look
my
like
next
dark
trip,
skinned
Cap.
people, bro. Bro, it's, it's nice out here, bro. He said, I'm in
Yeah.
Cali. I
I
know
went
where
to
you at. Okay.
I went
Oh,
I
you in
went out to St.
Malibu. Okay.
Louis. I went out to St. Louis and I seen those Indian mounds and stuff, man. That shit was beautiful. And there's one mound that you cannot go to. And I was like, I wonder what is over there. Like they got a whole security guard guarding that one section of that mound. I'm like, it's some shit over there. But I was
You
like,
know why
just
they
that
built that
equipment.
golden arch in St. Louis? You know why they built that in
Yeah,
St. Louis, that arch? Bro, people don't
yeah.
even know that's like one of the major energy cities. And St. Louis is one of the places we used to all meet and come together and eat and have festivities.
Felt
And
that energy. I
people
ain't even
don't
gonna
know
lie.
this stuff, though.
I ain't gonna lie to nobody, bro. I felt that energy, bro. When I went to St. Louis, the whole energy changed from what I was like. I already know about the energy in Louisville, Kentucky. Got hella American Indian information here, and I'll be looking at my melanated brothers walking around. I'm like, you don't even know who you are, bro. It's crazy because these folks did it so funny. It's like an inside joke up here that all the melanated or all the black communities is inside areas that's called Shawnee and Iroquois and Chickasaw and Chickaw and you go to these areas that's called these American Indians. These are black communities. These are where all black people live in. I'm like, y'all, it's in y'all face of who y'all are, bro. They put
That's
y'all
crazy.
they put y'all in this section called Shawnee. This is y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like for real. It's so much
That's
history here. Hey,
wild, bro.
I'm gonna show folks. I'm gonna get on live. I'm gonna show people these shit. Like the national parks is still here, Iroquois and all that. And opium. If you still on here, bro, opium 84, bro, you Chickasaw, you Choctaw. Kentucky was once the old Virginia. The Virginia that we know today was not Virginia at all. This was Virginia. See, they separated for a reason. You know, West Virginia, regular Virginia. This is the old Virginia, and what we see
Hmm.
now is the new Virginia. Man, the Choctaw is here in Louisville, Kentucky, so deep that information. That's why I told, oh, bro, you gotta come to Kentucky, bro, and dig here, because this is the old Virginia, and a lot of
What's up,
people
bro?
don't know that. That shit, man, that
That's
shit deep. These,
crazy.
these people don't know, and I'm
That's
like,
wild.
that
Hey,
shit
somebody
wild,
had
dog.
somebody had asked me to explain why celebrities go to Joshua Tree. Oh, I'll tell you why. The energy out there is retarded. When you go out to Joshua Tree, bro, it's a time vortex. When you're going north, the time don't seem like okay. Listen, I done been to Joshua Tree over 20 times, bro. When you're going north, time go by so fast. When you go south, it take you like 2 hours to leave. It'll take you like 30 minutes to drive north, but 2 hours to leave south. Listen, your ears gonna ring, and then there's skinwalkers and shit out there too. I forgot to mention that. It's hella skinwalkers out there in Joshua Tree. Hella skinwalkers and shapeshifters and all kind of shit out there, bro. I would tell you no lie, bro. I done seen
Hey,
all kind of shit
Cali,
in Joshua Tree. I can't really talk about on this shit because they might come for me out here. You feel me, bro? It's shit out
hey,
there.
Cali's one
It's
of
all
those
kind of shit out there.
places.
But see, they ain't gonna fuck with us. Yeah, it
Yeah.
is, bro. It definitely is. I tell you no lie, bro. They out there, bro. Joshua Tree, your ears gonna start ringing off the top. As soon as you get by, not even a mile in Joshua Tree, your ears start ping. You gonna start getting feelings. It's like you'll feel a force pulling you to come touch this rock. Then it's another force over here telling you, hey, come pick this up. You'll see a whole like I done seen a shake snare his skin. I seen the shake skin that like that was shed, and then I seen like three feathers, and then led me to this big ass rock with paintings and shit on it, bro.
Yeah.
There's so many spirits out there, bro. Ancestral nature spirits out there, bro. That want us to come out there. They're like, when you go to them national parks, bro, your ancestral spirits be so deep in these places. Because remember, a lot of us ran to the national parks during the war.
Yeah.
They didn't find all of us, bro.
Now we hid
They
in the
didn't
mountains
find
and
all our bro.
forests.
No, we died in them places too, and we
Yeah.
stayed there before we didn't even come and conform with this natural, this modern way of life. A lot of our ancestors didn't conform with these ways. They
Mm-hmm.
stayed in nature. They stayed in the mountains. They stayed in the land, the vast, big pride lands. They stayed away from the so-called white men. You feel me?
Crazy.
So their spirits are still in these places. So when you go there and you feel that energy, you just got. I can't really explain it, dog. I just
Hey,
recommend go
Cali's
to
my next
Joshua
place.
Tree.
I'm coming. Hey, Cali on my list to travel. I'm coming there next, for real, for real. I catch a plane straight to that thing.
So go to
Most
Joshua Tree,
definitely.
bro. And you
Cause
gonna be like, man, this
I
man is
got some
not
places
lying,
I
bro.
want to check out in Cali anyway. Like, I want to see what Compton and shit is like, for real. I want to see all of that stuff. Like,
Oh, I've been to Compton. I've been to, and see these Khalifa children out here. I already told them who they were. I've been to Compton. I tell them all the time, bro, y'all is retarded. Y'all is Khalifa children. Y'all supposed to
man,
be around here prouder than a motherfucker.
for
Khalifa was
real.
around here flying in the sky on griffins. She was out here flying around on griffins and shit. You feel me? They
Yeah.
supposed to be a different type of proud out here. But see, you see, and then a lot of the Mexican brothers out here, they know the truth too. A lot of them know the truth out here too. Hold on,
Yeah.
hold on, bro. Give me one moment.
Yeah. Oh, I'm most definitely gonna come down there for real. 84. Yeah. Hey, that's
I
my
was
next trips on my list is
shit,
Cali
just
and
hit
the
me up,
Virgin
bro. I'm
Islands
here,
because
bro.
the Virgin Islands got so much history down there, and those are Tiano, Erwick, and that island is
Mm-hmm.
73% melanated, and that means that they haven't been touched by no. Those folks are still original Tianos and Erwicks down there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got to go to the Virgin
Yeah.
Islands. Really. Anywhere that got Tiana or Erwick, bro, I got to touch down because those are my people. Like, these folks lied and said
My
that
dad,
Erwick
my
and
dad was
Tiana
telling
been
me
wiped
about
out.
that.
No, we haven't, bro. Tiana Erwick is, bro. We from the West Indies, South America. We all the way up to Florida and shit. Like, these folks, Christopher Columbus ain't wipe us out. He ain't even
And
touched North
nigga
America.
lighten up. Right, bro. People don't even know Christopher Columbus didn't stop everywhere they claim he did, bro. And
Hell
his real
no,
name is like Cristobal. Ain't his real name like Cristobal Colon or some shit like that? When they went back
man.
to history, they found out his real name was Cristobal Colon.
Yeah, it was some type of Greekish name too. Like they found some letters where he signed his name in Greek and shit. Like, but this dude is not who
Hmm.
they say he is.
Remember, we had him in prison. Christopher Columbus, when the Moors had
Yeah,
that shit on lock, we was in prison for rape or some shit.
mhm,
They let him out
yeah.
after we lost the war. They let him out, and then they hired him. He already had a vendetta against. And you know what's so crazy? The nigga had Moorish blood. Christopher Columbus. I think the nigga daddy was a Moor or some shit.
Yeah, he was a mixed breed.
I think. So you already know the mixed breeds be hating their daddy, bro. I don't know why them mixed breed children be hating their fathers, bro. They be hating their dad.
They be ready to
Feel me?
kill their daddy
So,
and take their throne
bro, I'm
all the
telling
time.
bro, all the time. But I was talking to one of my Mexicans. Okay, it was a live yesterday. What his name was? Brother was on the. He was arguing with Singing Bear, right?
Mhm.
And I'm trying to explain to him, don't let Singing Bear drag you into that spiritual stuff, bro. He Singing Bear because he started speaking Spanish. I said, wait a minute. He must not know who I am, and he must not know I'm bilingual. You feel me?
Yeah.
I said, and I called it out. I said, hey, Singing Bear, bro. Ain't no way you speaking Spanish and you say you Mexican, bro. Because the true Mexicans, they say they are Azteca. They say they Azteca. They don't even like that Spanish stuff because the Spanish colonized Mexico. The Spanish literally came and colonized the Mexican people. You feel what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
you speaking Spanish, you speaking the colonizer's language, bro. So don't even come at my brother like that, bro.
Right.
If you really Azteca, speak an Azteca language, speak the Natal language, speak the tongue that your ancestral elders really spoke.
Yep.
Because right now you went. I remember I went to prison, bro. I went to prison, bro. You know how it is in prison, bro.
Yeah.
It was just, the Spanish people got their thing, we got our thing.
Yep.
But one of them tried to teach a brother the Nathal language. They stabbed that man up. Told him straight up, you cannot teach our old ways. You teaching anybody our old ways. That tongue, that Nathal tongue, that's their oldest tongue, bro.
Yeah.
And see, what's the name of that group in Mexico? It's the Olmecan, not the Olmecan, what's it called? Olmexa. I think it's the Olmexa Mexican. It's like that region in Mexico right by Peru, El Salvador. It's the oldest ethnicity in Mexico, bro. I was trying to explain, but see, what his name is? I forgot, bro. Dang, he a Moor too. Aten Ra. What his name is? Aten. I think he called himself Aten Ra Abdullah. I'm not sure, bro. My bad, bro. I'm kind of high right now, bro. I was smoking some of that Cali bud, bro. My bad, bro.
Are you good?
But damn, I'm trying to remember, bro. Next time they get on that live, cause the thing is, bro, they be attacking you. They be attacking these truths. They be coming at
Hey.
I opium. They be coming at It's another brother on here too. Naturalism Yahweh. It's another brother. They be always saying, oh, here come the wobbles. I be like, what is this wobble shit y'all talking about? What is this word wobble that y'all keep speaking of, bro? Who the fuck is a wobble? What is that shit, bro?
Dog.
Cause last time I checked, bro, the original people on this side of the earth was darker skinned people. I didn't say anything about black. I don't even like using that word black.
These niggas banned my live
The people over
earlier.
here,
These niggas banned my live earlier because I was telling them, like I posted that fake Indian behind me, and I told them I was like, y'all come at us so much about this Wabo shit. Are y'all scared of white people? Cause y'all damn sure don't be saying shit when they do crazy stuff like this. If y'all real
right,
Indians or whatever, you should give a fuck about anybody who try to appropriate your culture. Not just
right,
pick and choose who is cool. Like us, we know we the real deal because we don't want
right.
nobody to touch our shit. You know what I'm saying?
Remember, the only reason why we not recognized those because we didn't sign that dossier, we didn't give our blood to that German scientist. Remember them five tribes, them five civilized tribes. The only reason why
Yeah,
they was
we are
recognized tribes because they because they gave their blood to that German scientist to classify them as the Indians. So just because we didn't
yeah,
give
they
our
call us the
blood
wild
because we knew
Indians.
yeah, that's what they call us, the wild ones. You just said it. They
Yeah.
called us the wild ones. So
Hmm.
because we didn't give our blood, remember we didn't believe in giving blood. We knew our blood was sacred. We were like, nigga, why would we give you our blood outside of our body? No, we ain't giving that. So just because we didn't give our blood, we were already ruled out. Oh, they're not Indian. They're no longer considered Native American. We're gonna write them out of history now. Yeah. Now we're gonna
And
give
I'm glad you
the
said that
Siberians
because
to the north. That's what
and
they
I'm glad
did,
you
bro. They
said
gave the
that because
Siberians.
that reason, that right there is one of the reasons why a lot of us is grew up in projects and ghettos or AKA our reservations. Because other
Right,
reservations they get casinos and shit, but since we didn't play ball, we get the third war country
right,
ordeal
right.
and get pushed to the
Justified murder.
outskirts
You
like
get
everybody
you
else.
get justifiably killed, justifiably raped. We get all that shit. You feel me? Just because we didn't want to join that fake shit, we refuse to sell out our brothers and sisters, so we get killed, we get slaughtered. You feel what I'm saying? Now, if you look up the five Masonic tribes, I be trying to tell people that too, because they be like, "But you say you were born in the Masons? Okay, you got to understand why Masonry ties in with being a Moor. I always
Yeah.
explain this to people. When you get into masonry, understand the difference between Freemasonry and masonry. There's a big difference. They do their rites differently. They do rituals differently. Everything is totally different than the way the Moors do theirs. Because the Moors, we know our mama is it. We never gonna put our mama beneath nobody. I
Right.
don't know where they get this Freemasonic. Oh, fuck these hoes, money over hoes, nigga. You gay? Excuse my language. Nothing against the LGBT community. Nothing against lips, coochie, none of that. Nothing against the LGBT community. You feel me? All I'm saying is this, homie. We love our mothers and our women. That is not a Moorish way to hate no woman. That is, you say you a Moor, an Israelite, and you hate females. I don't know where you from. You and the Israelites were the master builders. Any nation that we came in didn't that bitch flourish. Babylon, that bitch flourished. The land of
Yep.
Canaan, it flourished. We went
Yep.
into Syria, that motherfucker flourished. Not even on earth. After them, after the 1600s, there was no more goddamn Illuminati because the Essenes all died off. The
Mhm.
Essenes they haven't died off. Their teachings are still here. You feel what I'm saying? The Essenes was the last so-called illuminated ones. So they're the only ones who really had superpowers. The only ones who could throw fireballs and shit. So ain't no more Illuminati after the Moorish Essenes.
No.
That was it.
Yeah. Real quick.
That's who the Scottish Rite took the information from.
Yeah, real quick. I'm gonna read this to people real quick so I can flip this. So like real quick. So what stated before, the British albinos, we still talking about albinos who invaded. So the British albinos have been most resolute and successful in eradicating all images of blacks or melanated people in their country. Those artifacts, for one reason or another, survive have been called whitening knives or whitewash, as we call it today, taking Queen Charlotte. I'm gonna teach y'all about Queen Charlotte here shortly because I tell y'all, they don't talk about the women for a reason. And look, man, check this shit out. We're gonna talk about her, but as an example, we know that mulattoes have that color, meaning mulattoes can be white passing. Like we all seen mixed people who look damn near white or albino-ish. So let's keep it going. So now we know that mulattoes have that white tone or can pass as white. We just know that they even make fake albino cones to pass or constitute for black coins. Therefore, we make up no as the accuracy of the pictures that follow and use them because they are all we could find. We have searched the world. The reason that the albinos never make fake depictings, their efforts are always the reverse before any artifact of a black must at least be actually authentic. Meaning that when you see the whitewash pictures, like I've been showing y'all and others, when we have our whitewash series, it's the opposite. Just like a lot of us always be telling you in history, think the complete opposite. When they tell you came from Africa, your ancestors came from America and went to Africa, or your ancestors came from Spain and came to America, or anywhere in the European. They tell you Africa, think European. That's why a lot of us got Scottish last names, a lot of us got European last names, Arabic last names. Shout out to all my people who got Muhammad and names begin with Shah, and all my sisters who named Sharika, Shaniqua, and all that Shah and all that type of stuff, Arabic names. We got all these names, but nobody have an African name yet. I have not seen nobody come up to me and your last name is from Zimbabwe or nothing like that. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? And again, your last name did
Hmm.
not come from a white person, so you got to trace your name back. Where did all these melanated Europeans disappear? All the Mayans disappeared. Everybody who did major
Right.
civilizations just disappeared, and African Americans was born, and black people and
Right.
all that shit. Black people, black is a description,
Right.
and people is people. So when they say black people, they lumping all melanated people in one ass category. So you gotta be careful about this shit. So that's why they
Right.
say anywhere you see whitewashing and shit going on, think the complete opposite. And that's with everything. These are backwards people. But I just had to say that. Let me flip this
Absolutely.
real quick. Albinos, y'all. Dig into them albinos. They hid albino history for a reason. Not all skin folk, your kinfolk, literally.
I would always try to tell people like where did the albinos come from and stuff because people be like, well, it wasn't Noah albino and stuff, but they be missing the point. They be taking it. I be trying to explain to them: do not mix your spiritual belief in with history. History is going to be
Mm-hmm.
history. Once you try to tie your spiritual beliefs and everything, you're going to distort history because you're pushing a narrative to match your spiritual beliefs instead of just matching the truth to
Right.
what the truth really is. You feel what I'm saying?
Right. And then people got to think, outside the box too. Like
Because
back at
history
these
just gonna be
times, a
history.
lot of these people worship all the Elohims. It wasn't just one God that people worshiped at this time. Like a lot of people was warring because of the different
Thank
Elohims,
you.
and you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because there were many gods.
People worship every
Everybody
Elohim,
just had
every
their
Elohim,
own
even the
separate
disagreeable
Elohim.
ones.
Yeah.
Right. You're
Everybody
right
just
about
had
that.
their
And
own Elohims. Like we had ours, they had theirs. The Roman people had their Elohim, which is called Baal, Baal. They had him. You know what I'm saying? Then Europe and the Hindus had they call them Buddha and Shiva and Krishna. All those are Elohims. You know what I'm saying? All those
mhm,
are Elohims.
right.
But they not gonna tell y'all that though.
And some of them,
We will.
right. And some of them with children of Elohim too. There's a lot of us down here, children of
Exactly.
Elohim, that don't even know it. You feel what I'm
Demigods
saying?
and
And
half
that's why
breeds
when we
because
read, you ever read the stories and like feel like, damn, why I feel like I was there? Why do I feel like I know exactly what happened in this shit?
that
Because
deja
it's in your
vu. And I'm gonna
DNA.
tell you
It's
something.
already
A
in
lot of
you.
us who stumble across this knowledge, a lot of us like we'll start with a book and somehow we innately know what a part's gonna be before we get it. It's like we
Before it
oh
even
shit, I can tell
happened.
you what's gonna happen off of this little page because it's in you. And
Right.
the laws say that us melanated people are 1/4 human. A demigod is literally 1/4 a god or 1/4 human, however it was created. So, hello,
Right.
fallen angels, what's
We
up? And when they
we
say fallen
infatuated.
angels, it's not falling from it's not the falling from grace that you think. A lot of us
Right.
fail to wake people up. We had to come down
Right.
from ethers, fallen angels, to wake people up, the chosen ones, the 144,000, which is the 144 hertz, which is unity consciousness. Shout
Right.
out to all my illuminated brothers out there. You know what I'm saying? It all ties in.
Biggie killed, homie. You feel me? That's that shit that got Tupac and Biggie killed. That's that real shit. You feel me?
Hey, that
But
boy Tupac said, I just
we
want to
speaking
spark the
about,
brain. And he most definitely did.
hey, remember Tupac was Amaru. People don't know the spirit of
It was,
Amaru.
and that's another thing I want to tell people too. The Black Panthers and all of them, they was not teaching people they was African because you got to think about the symbolization. The Black Panther that's here. Tupac's mama named out of all African names, his mama named him Tupac Amaru. You feel me? And he always said his people was here. Then people want to bring up his Jewish or Jew lineage of his last name Crooks, but you got to think Sephardic Jews. What have we been saying? A lot of us have more Israelites and American Indians in us. Tupac had that same thing in him. That's why he had
Right.
that last name Crooks, which was Sephardic Jew, and then he had that American Indian name. He was with the Black Panthers, and his mama name is Feeney. Man, it Tupac used
Bro,
his
look at our
image.
beards, bro. We don't even look like. You can tell we're not all the way African. Look at our beards and shit. Look at the way our beards grow, bro. Look at the mustaches and how an African don't grow his beard like this. An African can't even grow his mustache and shit like this, bro.
For
You know
most
what I'm saying?
Africans can't get locks.
Not like our. Look at our hair textures, bro. Look at the way our roots and shit look, bro, in the hair textures, bro.
Yeah. And the
The
only time,
African in me, I'm not
honestly,
going to deny the African that's in me.
yeah, yeah, we're not gonna do that because Moors in North Africa, it
Right,
was real, but we know Pangea is also real too. But most of those African cultures, they only can get locks when they use like clay and shit. Like they never just have it like how we do it, like free form and shit like that.
right. Absolutely, absolutely. The reason why our hair can do this because we got the mixture. That's why our hair locks like this and can do shit that certain people can't do because of the mix, because of the
Yeah, that
blood mix.
motherfucker
You feel what
stand
I'm
still
saying?
and everything.
But this is this is a consistent blood mix though. This is not like diluted blood. You feel me? We got ancestors that been coming from the kingdom over there, coming over here, mixing over here for hundreds of years already. So this mix already is locked in place already. You feel what I'm
Mhm.
saying? It been a mix, and people go over that. The Africans can definitely get locked, bro. Oh, we ain't saying they can't get locked. You missing the point we made. We ain't
Yeah,
saying
we
that
said
Africans
that it's
cannot
not
get
gonna
locked,
happen.
bro.
There we go. Yeah, they use clay. True. Yeah, we just saying that they have to do extra shit to their hair to get the locks. We can just wake up and leave our fro the way it is, and it like naturally will lock up by itself. That's if you want the free form. But you know what I'm
Bro,
saying? If you want parts and shit,
it's
cool.
already been proven, bro, that see people talk about Kemet, but Kemet was our last throne. Kemet was not our oldest throne. People don't
Nope.
even know our oldest throne was in South America. South
South America,
America and Peru and over there, them was our oldest thrones.
the Incas.
That's when we were really like on our shit. Right. You just
Yep.
said it. We was up there in the mountain areas. That was our oldest thrones.
Yep.
Kemet was our last throne. Kemet was our very last throne before we actually fell and lost everything.
Hey
Kemet
man.
was the last one. And that was like what, 4,000, 5,000 years ago? When
Yep.
Kemet was at his peak. And that
And
was,
just
like
like
I
I
say, our very last throne.
Just like I tell folks, a lot of this what we it, don't get confused when we throw these numbers out at y'all. This stuff wasn't that long ago. Like how I just traced back. I told you, my grandmama 1940, her mama 1800s, her mama, bruh. When we ran shit, that was a solid about 7, 8 generations ago. It wasn't that long ago for real. Like like
Right.
we really not that far from
Bro,
royalty. This is why they
it
fighting so
wasn't, bro.
hard.
Bro, it was a castle with our last. It's a castle in Southwest Ireland right now that my family had, and that was only in the 1600s, bro. It was only in the 1600s,
Ooh,
bro. That wasn't that far
hey.
away, bro. You feel what
No,
I'm saying?
that's why I want to, and this why I want to tell people, look, man, like they used the old misdirection on us. They gave us Africa. Why the whole time, if you want answers on your family, you got to go to Europe, cause that's where that shit is at. Cause that's who did it. They keep all the laws
Right,
over there, but they know that most melanated people are either poor or they not gonna travel for real. Cause a lot of us not gonna leave the hood and shit. So they move everything
right,
overseas because it's very rare that you gonna go over there. Man, we all got to go overseas. That's where I'm talking about so many answers is at, dog. Like half of these books that I've been finding recently, them shits is overseas. I stopped looking in America because this is still a colony, so you only gonna find certain
right.
shit. When you go over there to Spain and start looking at their books, some of them you gotta translate and shit, but
Read,
you get to the nitty
read the
gritty, you be
British
like,
Parliament.
hold on.
Go to the Go to the British Parliament, bro. Go to the British Parliament, the Irish Parliament, and the Scottish Parliament, and see if you're more, you can do it because you can have an elder that got that teacher card, that international card that can enter the archives, bro.
Yep.
Go to the British Parliament. I found out about the mermaid stories, bro. They keep all the information in the Parliament, bro. When I was telling people about say being a female, that shit is in the British Parliament. They got that information in the motherfucking Parliament openly for everybody to read about maritime law, about why the water run the world, about why the laws of the water is the highest law on the land. I be trying to tell people, I be giving them, I can't tell everything, giving them,
Yeah.
yeah, no, like, look, bro, the
Dog.
Parliament got this shit. The Parliament, why America ain't got a Parliament? Why is America the only country that don't got a Parliament? Mexico got a Parliament. Every other country around got a Parliament. Why America don't? Because America's a
But we don't
corporation that
even
shit on
have
their
a
country.
but we
Telling
don't even
people
have
that
a
shit.
Smithsonian library or no shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Man,
Nope.
dog, that shit right there just that British Parliament, hey, you just hit me with something with that one. Hey, dog, these
Bro,
y'all, we gotta
that's where the information at, bro. I'm telling
oversee.
you, bro.
And this is why all the other countries be laughing at us and shit like that. And when I mean us, I'm not talking about the American colony because it's doing what it's supposed to do. The other folks is laughing at the citizens here because
Right.
these everybody around the world, the shit that we talking about, these people around the world is taught this as regular education. So this shit, what's a conspiracy and hidden to us? This shit is
Normally,
regular
right,
food shit to them. And this is why when we actually
right.
travel to certain countries, everybody want to take a picture with you so bad, like you a celebrity. Oh my God, that's because they ain't think Morris
Right.
was still around.
Why they know who you is and you don't? Right. Why they know who
That's
he
because
is and
they
we
ain't think
don't? We can
American
go to
Indians
any
was still
country in the
around.
world.
Then you
Like,
step foot over there in China, and everybody like, oh my God, you guys came home.
bro, you ever you ever heard about the story in Vietnam when that all black soldier troop was fighting with sticks and shit, but the Viet Cong stopped shooting at them and told them, "Why are you helping them? You are Buddha people. You fight for the world. Who
Yeah,
do you know who you are?"
my daddy fought my dad fought in Vietnam. He told me so many stories about the Vietnamese. He was like when he went over there, us black folks was cool. They ain't had no beef with us. They ain't like, you know what I'm saying? Like these folks know
Right,
who's cool and who's not. That's why I tell people, I was like, bro, we as a nation that's trapped inside a nation, we got allies and we don't even know about it.
right. They was calling us Buddha people. I heard they was calling the
Mm-hmm.
soldiers Buddha people. You Buddha people.
Yeah.
What are you doing? You feel
Mm-hmm.
me? Like, why you fighting us? You feel what I'm saying? Like, we was confused. Like, what the hell? What? They was going back telling they soldiers, they sergeants, they saw it. Man, the little Viet Cong man told me that we Buddha people and why we fighting. They were like, nah, man, chill out, man. Come get this opium. Come smoke this opium and go on back out there and fight. But don't listen. That's war propaganda. They trying to get you to turn on us, boy. Nah, they was
Yep.
telling you the truth. And then the
Yep.
soldiers came back over here on all them drugs and shit. And then that Black Power movement came with the drugs and the afros and everybody on heroin and everybody all drugged out and shit. After the
Yep.
truth came out of Vietnam, then they had to come over here and start drugging us up and making us fight each other again and shit. Oh, now them guys children fighting each other again.
Yup, man, my daddy taught me so much shit, man. He told me so much shit about when he
You feel what
went
I'm
over
saying?
to Vietnam, dog. I was like, oh, mind blown about that shit. And I was like, and then he told me, because that story he told me, it led me to why they dropped that bomb on a lot of them called Agent Orange. And Agent Orange, what it is a chemical that seeps into your brain that when you hit a certain age, your memory gets erased. It creates dementia and Alzheimer's automatically. You know what I'm saying? And they dropped that on over 1 million
Mm-hmm.
of their own troops that was over there. And my dad told me about, man. He was like, bro, he was like, and this is why a lot of us got hit with that bomb, because we seen and learned some shit that we wasn't supposed to. I was like, damn, that shit crazy. And it changed their DNA a little bit. Like it mutates their DNA. He brought it. Y'all look up that Agent Orange, man. That shit crazy. That shit mutates your DNA and everything. This is why a lot of the Vietnamese they got mutated genes and they changed and shit.
Mm-hmm.
That shit crazy.
Mm-hmm. Hey, bro, when y'all come out here to the desert, bro, at night, bro, just look up to the sky, bro. You gonna see shit you cannot explain, bro. I'm seeing all kind of shit, bro. That out here in this desert, bro, I ain't gonna lie to you, fam. And these mountains, like, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I be seeing little green streaks of light flying across the mountains at night, bro. So if you come
Hey, I'm
outside at
going.
like 2 o'clock in the morning, it
I'm
be
coming
like
out west.
lights flying around the
Shit.
mountains, bro.
Yeah, I'm coming
Bro,
out
it's so
west
much.
because it's something about this city over here, like the mid region to up north. It's something about this city life. Like you don't really see nothing because of all the pollution and shit that goes on here. So like we don't see nothing. And on the
Right.
days that's clear and shit, sometimes that sky be looking fake as hell on a clear day. I'm like, bro, they don't even look real right there. Like something going on around here.
I feel like they be in domes. I feel like inside the cities, bro, they be putting domes and shit up, bro, over the cities, bro. Over the
Yeah,
cities,
like
they
a
can do that,
dome
bro.
within a
But out
dome
here,
or
where
some
you
shit. Like that shit weird.
they can't knock these mountains down. These mountains hold secrets, bro. These mountains. Every time I walk up in the mountains, bro, it's like the spirit started talking to me, bro. You feel me? In certain parts of the mountains, I actually got to get on my all four and climb, like climb up the mountain, like ancestors used to do. Certain parts of the mountain, even though you could possibly die if I fall, you feel me? But when you get up there, bro, you can tell man has not touched some of the parts of these mountains over here, but you can feel it. And the spirits that are here are just waiting for niggas like me, you, and a couple other brothers to just come. Because remember, the information, all we got to do is touch certain shit, and information come to us.
Hmm.
Touch a certain rock, and you get 1,000 years worth of information. You feel what I'm saying? You may not know
Yep.
how you getting it because the information ain't gonna come to you how you think it's gonna come to you, but it's coming to you. You feel me? Every time I step out here at night, bro, I don't know what it is about California, bro. Southern California to be exact, bro. There is some type of
D
energy
True
out here that
said my
them
city
people know
hot
they
with
can't fuck with.
UFOs. Saw one the other day. Hey, St. Louis be having them UFO sightings too though. Like it's a lot of news articles about that shit. Like I think crop circles and shit that happen in St. Louis and all that. Like I be picking the wrong cities because I don't be seeing nothing.
But St. Louis, where you at right now, bro?
I'm in Louisville, Kentucky right now.
You in Georgia?
Like nah, I'm in Kentucky right now.
Louisville. Oh, but see one thing, Kentucky got them too though. I heard though. I ain't even gonna lie to 'em, bro.
Man, Kentucky
Kentucky
got
got 'em.
crazy shit, bro. Kentucky got blue people. It's people that live in the mountains and their skin is literally blue. I'm talking about royal blue. Like on some like default, like some wrong turns type
That's
shit. Like
wild,
you
though.
bust a wrong turn in their community, nigga might not see you no more. Like they on that type of time. Like, bruh, the
Oh man,
cartoon The Smurfs was created off of these people. Facts. It's just crazy.
what?
They got yeah. The cartoon Smurfs was made off of the blue people in Kentucky, bro. Like real, the mountain blue people up here. It's crazy shit up here, bro. There's a goat man around here roaming the woods and shit. Now it's crazy shit up
I
here in
heard
Kentucky.
about the goat
Cause
man.
this is,
I
cause
heard about the
this,
goat man.
yeah, cause this area is like the Salem witch trials and all type of weird shit happen here, and I'll be like. I want to go to the woods, but I'm scared, bro. Like, I ain't gonna lie, I need somebody with me. I gotta be strapped a few times because I ain't playing. I want to see what these blue people look like, but I ain't trying to get kidnapped and shit. I just want to ask them something. Like, how the fuck y'all became blue? That's weird.
I heard about the goat man though. I think he was created from some
Yeah, it's
energy
a
that
goat
was
man
left
roaming
there.
around this bitch.
Uh, Florida, we had the skunk ape. Because every time I used to go to nature, they used to always tell. I used to go to the forest at night a lot, bro. And I can tell you stories about all my experiences in the forest at night, bro. I done heard. I can tell you that what you think not real is real.
Oh,
Because I've,
shit.
I've seen it myself in the forest at night. You feel me? Especially in Florida, bro. And I'm from West Palm Beach, bro. I'm from where the Jaeger Indians was. The so-called Jaeger Native American Indian tribe. I used to stay right outside the place they lived, where they was buried at, all that shit, bro.
Mm-mm.
I remember one day I went into this at night. I forget this shit, bro. I seen the shapeshifter, bro. I seen something that transformed into a big ass cat and ran away. And the eyes turned gold. Yeah, them beans still out there, bro. I've seen this, bro. I put this on my soul, everything I love, bro. At
Yeah,
night, bro, a
I'm
dark
gonna tell
figure
you.
transformed into a cat and ran away, bro. You
I'm
feel
gonna tell
me?
you the truth about. I'm gonna tell you the truth on. Well, I ain't gonna say I'm gonna tell you the truth, but this what I think about Kentucky. I think there's skinwalkers here that walks amongst the people because I've worked with a couple of folks, dog, and their eyes just don't sit right with me. Like not reptilian as in slits up and down, but slits that go this motherfucking way. And it's like you get a weird vibe here. Like I haven't been to Cali yet, but I'm pretty sure that vibe is the same of what you feel here a little bit. And by this being Salem witch trials and all that, you like it's some weird energy around this thing going on. But a lot of this shit is in the woods and in the countries and backwoods and shit. And I ain't really trying to dwell. I want to see the shit, but I ain't that curious. Like you gotta find me. You got I gotta see you just
So
just
that's
just
that
on the
nigga in you
humble
still.
driving or something.
Right. And I may stop my car and get out like, hey, like shit. But other than that,
Cause
no.
the cause
Like,
cause the blue cause the blue people do come in town to grocery shop because there's certain shit in the mountains that they can't get, of course. So they do come here, but a lot of them put on makeup and shit, and they make it quick. I'm like, I just need one of y'all to walk across me one time, bro. Like, hey, I just want to catch one of y'all solo and just ask some questions and shit, like, cause
Blue.
then you talking
I got
about
a
the
look at right there.
Melungeons too.
Oh, see, the Melungeons stay in the Appalachian Mountains, though. You feel what I'm saying? And I know they be
And that's
smoking
up
some of them
here.
Appalachian.
And that's up here too,
What?
because Abraham Lincoln is from here, and he's Melungeon, and these mountains stretch all the way to Tennessee, like Smoky Mountains and shit like that. It comes all the way up here. Like Melungeons are deep. It's a lot of Caucasian people here who don't know that they're Melungeons, and I'm like, you're not even white for real, bro. You are a Melungeon,
Yeah. You got black blood.
but
If you a Melungeon, you definitely got some dark blood in you.
but
Melungeons definitely got dark blood.
these Melungeons stay inside of they stay inside of a hood called Portland in Louisville, Kentucky. They stay in an area called Portland. A lot of them are Melungeons and Scottish people who was inside them fields with everybody. Like one white dude, he told me, like, he broke the shit down to me. He was like, yeah, a lot of us are Melungeons, and some don't know, some do know. Some of us are Scottish who parents was like enslaved and shit like that. This is why we ended up in the ghettos and the projects and shit. I like, God damn, so y'all know what's up. And I be looking at the melanated people here. I'm like, bro, y'all need to wake up. These folks know what's happening. These
Right.
folks know what time it is. But shit, they'll get it though.
Back. Bro, y'all boys don't got no PlayStation or none of that, bro.
Nah, I ain't play a video game in years. I ain't even gonna lie. I ain't. The last game I played was 2K12.
I only be playing GTA 5. I don't really be playing shit.
I,
I be bored. You feel me? That's the only
that's what I
reason
need though.
I
I,
haven't been.
I need to grab me another game system because I ain't gonna lie. Because when I
Bro,
ain't Ubering and I ain't
speaking
doing
of games,
TikTok, I
bro,
just be chilling.
that's where they be putting the hits at, bro. They be putting the hits in games too, bro.
Mhm.
They be
Oh
putting jewels
yeah,
in the games,
I
bro. Like
know. Hey, I
real
ain't even.
jewels.
Hey, I told people that, bro. Even though I ain't play, hey, I tell people get Assassin's Creed, Freedom Cry, Black Flag, bro. If you want
Bro,
some real gems on
I got
Maroon,
damn the.
get that, and
If
then
you
get
play Assassin's Creed Origins, bro, do you know
yup,
Bayek is a Moor? Bayek, you
yup,
play Bayek is a Moor.
yup. Hey, Assassin's
I got
Creed got
Assassin's
all
Creed
type of.
Origins, bro.
Bro, Assassin's Creed got all types of gems through that. The Call of Duty got hidden gems in
The
that.
Black
Like,
Ops, the Black Ops ones got the gems. The Call of Duty Black Ops
man,
got all the hidden gems, bro.
like me,
They
I don't
exposing shit
really
on
know
here
how
for
to
real.
play. I don't really know how to play the Call of Duty for real, but I like watching folks play the story mode and shit because I be seeing the shit. These folks just be wanting to play, but I be catching the gems. I'm like, damn, that shit crazy. They be like, what? I'm like, nothing. That shit crazy as hell. They said it though.
Another game, bro. You ever played this? You were talking about
Okay.
the Mongols, right? This game right here, Ghost of Tsushima. You fighting the
Yeah, yeah.
Mongols.
I
Do you
ain't I
know
ain't
some of
played
them look black?
I ain't played,
Some of
but
them,
I heard of that game though. Yeah, I heard of
some of
that
the
one.
Mongols over here, bro. They dress like Africans, bro. Some of the Mongols look black, bro. Oh God, they look black
The
with
Mongols,
mohawks and shit, bro.
Asiatic black man.
Oh God. And see, the Japanese know what's up, bro. The Japanese already know that they come from, um, I think it's a tribe in Angola that the Japanese stem from. If I'm not mistaken. That's why they
Mhm.
last names be like Han and Zhao and
Yep,
shit like that. You feel me? Because
yep,
that's African, bro.
yep. Like them folks most definitely know what's up, and the Chinese most definitely know what's up too. Because most Chinese come like have Huns and all that type of stuff as well, so they most definitely know. Like, bruh, man, the Mongolians, bro. When I found out the Mongolians was melanated, I was like, damn, hold on, that shit changes everything about the story. Then,
Right.
so who are these people here? Then still, like, okay, we get the Caucasian with the $5 Indians, but who are these people here who's calling me
Right.
a wobble right now? Because the
Those are the
Mongolians was melanated.
Mongolians, bro. They came from
The
Siberia.
albino ones,
They call us Wobbles, but they are literally Eskimos from Siberia.
yeah, the albinos.
And then he
They
was
the
speaking
albino
Spanish.
children.
He was speaking Spanish. I'm like, bro, so you was a mestizo. You was a mestizo, bro. You was a mixed breed. You not
Without
even a
Bruh, without our DNA, I'm talking about me, you. Without our ancestor DNA, they would not exist. Like they
They wouldn't
literally
even
have
be
more,
here.
but they have
They don't
more of
even.
us in them than they know.
They don't want to admit the fact that they just a mixed breed of people, though. They're not an original breed of nothing. They're literally just a mixed breed of people.
We made them,
They don't
bro.
have an origin
They,
because they got so many different blood.
they women are still shaped like our sisters still to this day. We know you ain't shaped like that from no Anglo-Saxon. Be for real.
Facts.
Come on. I mean,
Facts. Thighs,
the
the butt, the lips,
yeah. I mean, bro.
the dances. Look at the dances, bro. Moving their hips like that, all that rhythm and
Same. That's
man, come
us.
on now.
That's us. They the little homies, opium. You know, you be calling them the little homies. They really the little homies. Like without us, it wouldn't be y'all for real. It
They
took
know
us
that.
and Mongolians to make y'all.
Right.
And y'all just came out
We
speaking
when
Spanish
the
because that's who colonized y'all.
right. And little do they know, Spanish is still an African tongue because Spanish came from Arabic. When the Moors came to
Yeah,
Spain,
it's still Latin.
we taught them Spanish, but Spanish is still Arabic.
Yeah.
Spanish is still Arabic, bro. You
It's
actually, it's a lot of Spanish words in the Arabic language
but
still to
that's
this
why a
day.
lot of man, yeah, that's why I tell folks too. Like I ran into a couple of Haitians up here. Like when I go get my hair cut and shit like that, my barber is Muslim, so a lot of his customers are Africans and us from the Caribbeans and shit. So I told a Haitian there, I was like, you know that you are a Moor, and he was like, what are you talking about? The African sitting down waiting to get his hair cut from Mali or something like that from the West Africa. He started laughing because he already knew where I was going with it because he know. I was like I was like, who colonized us? He was like the French. I was like the French wasn't Anglos and
Right,
colonize don't mean slavery. It just means that like a colony of ants that's building an empire. The French was Moors, bro.
they
That's
were the
why
original
the
French.
flag, bro. That's why the hat on our flag is a Moorish hat.
Right,
We got mosque and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, man, you got to think because when they left Spain, they went to France and they became Huguenots. They changed their name to dodge the persecution of Christianity, so they became Huguenots. But it was
right.
still the same thing. And that's why a lot of people claiming Muslim and don't even know that Muslim was actually a nationality before it was a religion. You was just a
Right.
Moor. They just
Most
changed the
most
Muslim to hide
religions,
persecution.
it's the same thing with the Israelites, bro. That is a nationality. They took the Israelites' nationality, made it a
And made a
religion,
religion.
mixed they Oscanite and magic pagan mountain shit with it, and then put it back out there as if they were the original motherfucking Israelites, and then they made it a religion, and then
And they
told the
call
real
and
Israelites that y'all were just slaves from Africa and shit. Y'all came from Africa. Y'all were just slaves and shit. You
yep,
feel me?
and they call it the King James Bible because he sold everybody out because they had to get the
Exactly. And
information
see,
and
and they
he
don't even
had
know about the real King Ames, the real Moorish king from Scotland, King Ames. King
who
Ames
was
was a
there.
Hebrew. He was an Israelite king in Scotland who got the book
Mm-hmm,
rewrote. People don't even know that. And then that man, King James, who they replaced Ames with,
mm-hmm.
and James was a fun boy. James liked the little boys. You
Yup.
feel what I'm saying? Yeah, he was definitely a fun guy. Um,
Yeah.
And see,
He
they be
was
trying to make that movement so synonymous with our movement, like that struggle got shit. That shit ain't got nothing to do with our struggle. None of that
man.
shit got nothing to do with our struggle. They talking about a rainbow, but little do they know, a rainbow ain't got shit to do with that either. The the rainbow is the divine covenant between us and our creator. Ain't got shit to
Yeah,
do with that fun shit, that fun boy shit they got going on over there. You
man, they
feel what I'm
took it and
saying?
flipped it.
And I ain't got nothing against the community, but once you taking a divine image, the image, first off, the rainbow represents the serpent. The
Yeah,
rainbow is the serpent. So once you
yeah.
disrespecting the rainbow, you disrespecting your ancestral elders. You disrespecting the serpent, the Naga, the Nagu, the Negi. You're
Mm-hmm.
disrespecting that, which is us. You feel what I'm saying? They be like, "What you mean the serpent? So you worship a serpent? Wait a minute." Then I gotta break it down for them. Do you
Mm-hmm.
know the very angels you asking to protect you look like serpents? The very angels, the Sephirim,
With
the Michael, Gabriel, all of them look like blazing fiery serpents.
with
They look like
eyes
a,
and shit.
you feel me? But they still look like serpent-like beings, like Anunnaki, serpent-like
Mm-hmm.
looking beings. You feel what I'm saying?
Yup.
So they be like, but what do you mean the serpent? Okay, if you research the serpent, and the Haitians know about this shit. Because the Haitians
Mm-hmm.
already know about the serpent. They know about Dembala. They already know
Yep.
about the serpent.
You
You
are
feel what I'm
you
saying?
own it.
The rainbow in the serpent represents our divinity. There is nothing more divine when we step in the rainbow. When we step inside the divine rainbow, that is our highest peak as a
Yep.
so-called melanated person on earth. The serpent in the
Mm-hmm.
rainbow represent us. You feel me? People
Yup.
thought, because they like to demonize voodoo and they like to demonize shit. So
Because of
they
that.
already got, once they demonize it, no understanding gonna come because you already scared of some shit you already done demonized. You already scared
Yep.
of it, so you don't want no understanding of it. You feel what I'm saying? So off the rip, now they thinking, oh, Haitians do voodoo. I don't want to hear that. Like, you was an idiot. You was a
And what's
goddamn
crazy
idiot.
is that voodoo only means spirituality when you translate it.
Bro, voodoo
And
just means
then
spirit. Oh God, that's all it
yeah,
means. It
and
just
then
means spirit.
yeah, and then I want to tell
Spiritual
people this
work.
too. And I want to tell people this because you brought it up. Dumb blah. When you look at that word and you separate it, it has Allah in it, and
Allah in
Allah
it.
is Arabic. So how did we get Arabic? Moors. There go the flag again, like I tell you, and we were Tiano Arabic. So there go your Moor and your Indians
And then they
once
talk about
again
Yahshua.
together.
And I be telling them, bro, Yahshua practiced African spirituality. What are you talking about? Yahshua knew about the serpent. Yahshua knew the
Yeah,
serpent wasn't evil. What are you talking about? People is crazy as
indeed.
hell. They get stuck in that Satan story with the serpent and the devil. Okay,
Yeah.
Satan was one serpent. Satan was
Mm-hmm.
one dragon. It was only one of them out of many. And Satan got a ass whooped and kicked out. You feel what I'm
Yep.
saying? But y'all, they got stuck on the fact that it was just one serpent that got kicked out. Oh, so all serpents evil now. But
Mm-hmm.
the very God or the Elohim they worship is a serpent. They talking about
Certain.
Yahweh. If you say Yahweh, guess what? You're praising a dragon, serpent-like looking deity. If a storm dragon deity. If you're
And then
praising,
most of it, and then I want to tell people too, and then most of it is a sea dragon or a sea creature like the Leviathan. Leviathan
thank you.
means sea serpent or sea snake or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Waters above from the waters below.
Waters
We are in
below.
water and we talking about serpents.
Because even up there in that darkness up there is still water. It's still an ocean. It's still a
Pensacola.
dark
Yep.
matter, chaotic ocean. You feel what I'm saying?
Yep.
So it's still shit up there too. So
All
they
right.
so disconnected with they self, bro. Cause once they diss the serpent, you have no power. Where your protection at? You talking about what you talking about? Soon as you diss the serpent, your ancestors walked away from you. As soon
Man, I'm
as you
trying to
said
tell you.
something evil about the serpent, they looked at you crazy and walked off, and now you a Christian. Now you out here thinking that your ancestors is demons and shit. Cause you see a shadow in the room, you think that's a demon. No, nigga, that's your ancestor that came to check on you real quick, nigga.
Yup. And
You
then
talking about a demon?
half the time that shadow just be you from a different dimension or your guilty conscience if
Facts,
you done did something wrong coming back to haunt you that you need to heal. Like, well,
facts.
people so disconnected from that shit. I like, that's why when I came across like the serpent information, I was like, hold on, wait a minute. Everywhere I went, the the tribe of Shem worshiped the serpent, and then you start
Worship the
digging into the
serpent.
serpent, and then you start digging into the serpent, you realize the snake is literally one of few reptiles with a pineal gland that's not calcified, which means they are into the astral realm. They can see everything. They can do all this type of stuff. They can hypnotize you. Shout out to that movie Jungle Book when the snake be hypnotizing and all that shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and then you look at black folks, you be like, hold on, bro, 'cause when we ashy, we look scaly, we peel, we got a pineal gland
Look
that
at our
go through.
hands, bro.
Like, bro,
Look at our hands, bro. Look at
yeah,
this side of our hand.
you know what
Look
I'm
at
saying?
this side of our hand. Like a
Yeah.
snake.
And
Soft
then
on
when you
this
talk
side.
about dragons, then the webs look make sense when you talk about sea dragons and shit like
You
that because
just
you're in the
called
water,
it
you
out,
gotta
bro.
swim.
Yeah, and they made you scared of water for some reason. Black folks scared of water and swimming, but our ancestors were sea people, and
Right.
they did this type of stuff. And I just started thinking about this. I was like, hold on, bro. This whole reptilian story is different. And then the whole serpent in the garden is different. And then that's when I was like, they flipped our gods on us. And
They
we
did.
worship.
They had us
Huh.
hate God. Had us thinking our God was some damn devil deceive Eve into eating some apple or some shit. See
Yeah.
what they don't know about and this is why I tie so back into everything that we talking about now dealing with this. Cause you just got me on it now. If you look up the word Sephraim and it means blazing serpent. When Moses was in the desert with the Israelites, God told him lift up the bronze serpent, the
It's sad.
Nehushtan. Nehushtan was the copper was the copper serpent. You feel what I'm saying? Why did his staff turn into a serpent? Why did his power turn into a serpent?
Hey, Brown Sugar, what did we talk about today about Moses' staff? I was like, out of everything that he could have turned this staff from to do what he needed to do to the Pharaoh, it turned to a serpent.
Come
Like he
on,
could
man.
have waved it and made the Pharaoh disappear and die and do all that. Like if it was magical like that, he just wanted to show an example of who his God was because you remember the Pharaoh's like, well, show me proof of your God. His staff turned to a serpent. Come on, y'all.
They don't know what they Elohim look like. They don't know that they Elohim is coming like a mighty looking dragon or serpent. You feel me?
From the waters.
They don't know that
And
though. You
then
feel me?
and then they say that the earth is gonna turn into fire again. What breathes fire?
Come on
Come
now.
on, Godzilla. What's happening? Godzilla always protected the people. He just destroyed shit.
Oh, he was a water serpent. Godzilla.
Yeah, yeah. And that's why the Asians be like, Godzilla. The Asians, come on. The Asians and their animes and their stories got a whole lot of gems. And I just got started on anime and shit like 3 years ago. And I was like, bro, there's a lot of gems in this little Japanese movie. These
Naruto,
folks,
all of them be giving hints, bro. Especially Naruto with the Uchiha and the Uzumaki, bro. That's us, bro.
yeah.
That was symbolizing us, bro. With the eyes, with the heavenly eyes, the serpent eyes.
Mm.
The sighting gun is the serpent eyes, the eyes of wisdom, the eyes that can see the past, present, and the future. Nigga,
He said,
that talk about us.
yeah,
That talking
and
about
Dragon
us.
Ball Z too. And I'm glad you said Dragon Ball because check this out. With Dragon Ball Z,
Mr. Popo.
when I start rewatching that shit and with the mind I have now, I start looking at something. I was like, hold on, Goku and these niggas are Caucasians. This is an Asian movie, okay? So these are Caucasians of Asia. They're being taught by Moors on how to power up and level up to reach Super Saiyan
Right.
mode and shit like that.
Right. Mr. Popo. Why was Mr. Popo the strongest one out of them all? Mr. Popo
And
swallow a
Piccolo,
Kamehameha. Mr.
yeah,
Popo like be just laughing, the happiest motherfucker in the world. Butterflies fly around him. Birds come to him. He got a turban and a crown on. He ain't never cussing,
yeah,
never mad. That's a true
man,
Moor. Peace, love, truth,
yeah,
justice, and freedom. Mr. Popo.
yeah. and and,
Teaching
and, and
everybody.
Piccolo. And Piccolo, he
Piccolo
green, he
too.
got the turban, you know what I'm saying, and Kami, and they talk about the different planets that they came from, and you notice that the Moors are the ones that always came from the different planets.
Right.
Like, I'm sitting here like, hold on, nigga, what? Did this nigga transform and got blonde hair and blue eyes and shit? Like, hold on,
Hey, you ever
nigga.
saw an anime called Devil Man?
I ain't never seen that
It's
one.
on Netflix, bro. Devil Man, that anime Devil Man, bro. I want you to go watch. It's very graphic, but bro, that shit dropped
Yeah,
so many fucking gems, bro. And Demon Slayer. It's another
I
one
heard
called
about that one. I checked that one out. That Demon Slayer. I like that one. I like that Parasite too. That Parasite got a gem on like how parasites are really aliens and shit.
right.
Man, nigga. And when
That's
you
another
think
one
about it,
too, bro.
parasites are aliens because there's certain parasites that can change your whole mood, like really control you and shit. And I was like, what the fuck?
Bro, it's a parasite that go to your pineal gland and sits on your pineal crown. It's a parasite that travels right to your brain, and it only targets your brain. I don't, and scientists have been studying this since the '70s. It travels only to your brain and sits on your medulla oblongata, and it sit in your penile region. Why
And
does
that
it
motherfucker
target the
can
medulla
control it.
oblongata in your penile region? And why is it controlling the vessel from them 3 points?
That big
Why
controlling
is
you.
this
That
parasite
motherfucker's not
smarter than
from
most?
here. Somebody brought
That's
that shit
smart as
with them.
fuck,
Yeah.
bro. Them parasites can make you want to hunt somebody you don't even like, bro. You don't
Yeah,
even like that
yeah.
hoe. Why am I attracted to her and I don't even like her, bro? Like, you feel me? Them be them parasites, bro. Them little demons, bro.
Man, that
They be
motherfucker.
making you want to watch porno and shit, making you want to do dumb shit, making you want to eat meat and shit.
Yeah.
You don't even be craving certain shit. All of a sudden, you just want
Them
to eat
damn
some shit.
tapeworms.
You ain't even
That be them
hungry.
tapeworms, nigga. You be like, damn, why the fuck I'm eating and eating and eating? I ain't getting full because you feeding that parasite in you. You don't even know why you hungry.
Facts. But see, remember in 1948, Roswell, New Mexico, when the UFO hit, right?
Hmm.
Remember the technology boom that came right after that. It was a technology boom in the 1960s, nigga. Nigga, I think TVs started coming out looking better. Microwaves came out like a decade later. And remember, bro, I remember back in the day, my mama said she ain't like microwaves because they make spirits come in your house. The old
Hmm.
microwaves, the very first
Yeah.
microwaves, they used to make spirits come in your house and shit. I heard. So people ain't really, a lot of black folk ain't really like what them shit says, microwaves and shit in their house. They ain't even cook with microwaves and shit like that. You feel me? Matter of fact, where
Yeah.
I'm from down south, bro, they still cook in the ground. They'll dig a hole in the ground and cook in the ground still where I'm from, bro. So
Man.
people where I'm
Hey,
from
and it's
still kind of old school. They don't.
and it made sense too because like cause in Georgia, like my grandmama don't like you to take her picture because she be like, the camera take your soul or it traps your
Your
soul and stuff
soul.
like that and it's crazy she said like the lens or something like that does, and then when I got older I started looking up the little scared mirror or the sacred mirror or something. It's like the black mirror that's on our phone and shit, which is
Right.
portals and all that. I was like,
You know the Black
yeah,
Mirror was a back in ancient times. Black Mirror is what wizards and shit used to make spirit to like go through different realms and shit. They
bro.
used to walk in the Black Mirrors.
Sleeping Beauty, I think it was that witch who used to talk to the damn mirror on the wall, mirror on the wall, or some shit like
Right.
that. Who's the flip? That shit was a black mirror that she was talking to, and it was
Right.
answering
And that was
messages.
a jinn. And that was a jinn talking to her through that mirror, that mask, just the
There you
mask
go.
talking to
Yup.
her. That was
Yup.
a jinn spirit. But see, people don't know the
Hmm.
different type of jinn spirits too, because they be like, "What is a jinn?" Jinns are not demons. Jinns have nothing to do with demons.
Nope.
A jinn and a demon is two different things. You feel
I
what I'm
tell
saying?
people that I tell people that a jinn is neither good or bad. Like they have the free will to choose.
Right. If they
Hmm.
want to do business with you, they probably watched you and know your ancestor. They probably worked with your ancient ancestor 2,000 years ago. You feel
Hmm.
me? And they're like, yo, nigga, I know your descendant. You don't know me, but I know you very well, sir. And you
Very
be like,
well.
but see, jinns can come looking like a human too. Not a human, but it look like a human.
Hmm.
Matter of fact, where I'm at out here in the desert, bro, is hella jinns out here.
Ah,
You
yeah,
feel what
but
I'm
them
saying?
jinns love the desert.
That's really where they live at, in deserts and shit. The most
Hmm.
ancient of them stay in mountains and they live up in mountains and shit. The most ancient of them. You feel what
Yup.
I'm
Yup.
saying? And they don't really like humans too tough because humans are like know-it-alls and they don't really like that shit. Because like,
Uh huh.
if I've been here 10,000 years and you only been here 80 years and you trying to tell me some shit that happened 5,000 years, I don't want to listen to you, motherfucker. I don't want to hear shit you got to say. Don't even talk to me, bro. Like,
That's it.
you aggravating for real. And see, people
And
don't understand that. All
and and
these
I,
spiritual beings, what's
and
up?
like and like the example though too, like I want to tell people too, because like I said, a lot of them have free will. Like you do have the good ones. Like Aladdin showed you a good jinn. You know what I'm saying? Who was like still like your homeboy. All he just want to do is be free. You look out for me,
Right.
I look out for you, and that's how a lot of them is. And he was like, okay, cool. But then you know what I'm saying? So
There's always that one
it's
evil human that just want to do some evil shit with their
yeah,
power. Because remember,
yeah. You gotta be careful with that one.
King Solomon was the first being ever to teach us and show us that we can actually control their ass. Because
Yeah,
King Solomon was going around controlling everything. He was
and
making
that's what
demons
a
set
lot.
other demons up.
Hey, and I love that. I love the fact because even though like a lot of these books are connected, even the Quran and shit, like people dig into the Quran because there's a lot of truth in there too. No different than the
The
Bible. How
Quran
we
talk
be
about the
breaking down the
same
Bible,
people.
break down the Quran
The
because
Quran talk
because
about the
the
same
jinn,
people the Bible do.
yeah, because the jinn who don't like us that we talking about, they don't like us because the Most High gave us dominion over them, which means we can control these folks. This is why Aladdin, the genie had to listen to him. I gotta grant you three
Right.
wishes, and then I'm free. Whoopty whoop whoop. Now you can grant one wish and wait 30 years to grant the other one if you want to. Like that's how they work and shit. But Aladdin was cool as fuck. He was like, "Look, I'm gonna go ahead and get you free." You know what I'm saying? Because that's fucked up that you trapped here or whatever. Woo, woo, woo. They was like, "Okay, cool." He ran across a cool one, and
Right.
it's a lot of them operate like that. Like if you fuck with them, they'll fuck with you on some good shit. Then some of them you just gotta be careful. Some of them just want to be free to wreak havoc. But
Right.
we got dominion over them, so they can't wreak havoc without us operating them anyways. You know what I'm saying? That shit deep. And a lot of these rich elites got gins. This is why they
Yeah.
created the
A
alcohol
lot of them
gin.
only rich because of the gins. A lot of the rich elites
Exactly.
only rich because of the gins.
Exactly.
That's why they was going to all these other countries and doing all these damn digging up shit, archaeological studies and motherfucker, y'all looking for more gins to control. Y'all went over there to the Middle East, destroyed that shit over there, Iraq, went to their museum, took their oldest gins that they had locked up in the bottom of that shit, and y'all controlling them now to this day. That's why they got that
Yep.
CERN machine. They got CERN
Mm-hmm.
machine from the information from the gins.
Yep.
That's how they got that CERN machine.
That's why. That's why I always told people, like, bro, these folks is only 8,000 years old. There's no way that they could have controlled the world without help from something
Right.
or
And
somebody.
they're not that smart, bro. They're not that smart. Because remember, when we had the world
Yeah.
on lock, we did shit with energy naturally from the earth. They
Yep.
using metals and irons and shit to build shit. We ain't have to use that shit. We built
Man.
pyramids from the earth, the natural energy from the earth, and we used it to charge up shit from stars.
Yep.
They made an artificial particle collider, with fake
They've been
metals and irons and shit,
and
ions
they've
and shit.
been and they've been opening up dimensions and portals with that motherfucker, not knowing what they doing.
Just fucking with shit, creating different timelines, creating fake timelines, creating new timelines, and not shit just merging. And people out here like, wait a minute, why do Wendy's sign look like that when it used to look like this? Wait a minute, what's up with
And
that?
they wonder why the sun getting hotter and Mother Nature's trying to fix her frequencies because you done merged all these timelines together and now she gotta separate herself one more time just to get shit back balanced. And a lot of people not gonna make it.
They not. They really not.
Yeah,
I
for
don't think
real.
they out here living in la la land thinking that some white man gonna save them and they gonna come out of the sky and part the clouds and pull them up in the clouds and save them.
Talking about a
Gotta really
rapture,
think.
bruh. I did a whole video about the rapture, and TikTok pulled it. I'm gonna repost it. I'm gonna tweak it. But the word rapture didn't exist until the 1600s, right along with everything else mysteriously appeared in the 1600s. Right when they created the letter J and they inserted it inside the Bible, they inserted this rapture shit like this. Like
That was a hook.
the Most High ain't
Remember, bro,
never said he
we
pulling
like
people
fish.
up. He said he coming down.
Right. Remember with that J, that's like a hook in our mouth. Cause we really like fish people. You feel what I'm saying? We really like the ocean
Yeah,
people. So when they put that J in
the
the
no
water and
more.
they start putting food on the bait, we start taking that bait, they start pulling us out of our water. And now that everybody out here Christians and shit. Talking about they Christians and shit, but you worshiping a deity that's a vampire. That shit ain't anything telling you drink his flesh and eat his blood. What the fuck are y'all doing? What is you
Dog,
doing? Eat his
bro, the day I started questioning shit, I was like, hold on, wait a minute. Your God said fear him. You can't love and fear at the same time. Those are two different vibrations. You gotta pick one. And fear is fake, it's an illusion anyway, so that don't
right.
even exist. So if like my father don't want me to fear him, he want me to learn from him and everything else and give me wisdom and shit, which takes you back to the serpent who told Eve to get some knowledge.
Right.
how you getting punished for getting intelligent?
Right.
So that
And
means
remember
that this guy wants you to stay ignorant, but this one trying to give you some wisdom. But y'all
and
picking the
remember that.
guy that wants you to stay ignorant though.
Right. And the only reason they chose the female as the scapegoat because they was already fruity anyway. They ain't like women like that. You feel what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So they used the female as the scapegoat. Oh yeah, she came from our rib. Yeah, you feel me? That's what they did, bro. Cause they really don't like women, bro. In reality, and look at their movement right now. They pushing
But,
everybody to hate female all over again. They trying to
but,
make people hate women all over again. But see,
that shit didn't
I'm a
even
real one. You
that
ain't gonna
shit didn't
make
even
me.
make sense when they said that shit. Hold on, a woman came from a rib. That how is that possible? That shit still happen to this day, right?
We still come from coochie though. We still popping out coochies.
Right, damn.
Bro, what's the
So
only
that
reason why niggas want to get rich and shit? Niggas only want to get rich for for a
and
female. Niggas only
and
want
and,
to get money for a female. Niggas only
and,
want
and
to do
here's the thing
anything for a
though.
female.
Right. And here's the thing, like, and I'm thinking, like, okay, God has to. I feel like God's so intelligent that it would be more complicated thinking to how He created humans. The best you got was, I'm gonna pull your rib and create a woman. Like, my God would be like, I'm just gonna grab some water and some dirt and create clay and create a bunch of people and blow air in them and come to life
Right.
or something of that nature or create a whole bunch of women at first and put a clay baby in them and then snap my fingers and then you got to go through the birth and then boom, a man or something of that sort. I'm not gonna be like, I'm just gonna grab your rib, Adam, and somehow
Right.
get a woman out of this. Watch me
Make a
work.
sex ass, curvy ass, beautiful ass female out your funky rib. Man, get your ass on.
I just need one at that.
Bro, niggas be weird as fuck. But this the movement they pushing, bro, and they trying to get
But
our women to get on board with them. They trying to make
oh,
our
and
women
and
fight. They fight with them. Man,
here's
get
the
that punk
thing: is
ass shit on
that
somewhere.
just like you said, just like you said, I want to add on. I'm sorry about cutting you. I want to add this on too. Like they most definitely trying to get the men to hate women, and they most definitely trying to get women to hate other women and hate themselves because they want to destroy the. They want to destroy that image all the way around. You know what I'm saying? This is why a lot of our women, if you ask them like, why don't you hang around women? They'll tell you because they keep up drama and they all will say that
Drama and
about each
all that
other.
shit.
And you be like, and
What
what's
the
the
fuck?
drama? A man,
That's it. That is it. It be about a dirty ass nigga.
a
A
man.
bum living like a king. That's really what it be, bro.
And then when you go and ask the man, bro, why don't you hang around dudes, man? Dudes messy, man. They always want to beef with you. Well, what y'all beefing for? A woman.
That's it. You feel me? That's the reality of it, bro. And look at what they pushing BET. And BET, only thing they pushing is black drummer, black. Oh, he killed him over a female. She fucking her man and man, go on somewhere with that old dried out ass shit. Nigga ain't on that shit, man. Oh man, that shit so old. Nah,
And
and
I just
nah,
be like,
nah, they trying to push the letter community and everything we got going on. They literally trying to force them. Like nigga, we
yup.
here, we in your face, nigga. Okay, bro, but take that shit over there, bro. We ain't on that shit, bro. Why are y'all trying to
And a
force this on our kids?
and a
They
lot
not
of
targeting
them,
us, bro. They want our
man,
kids, bro.
and a lot of them secretly hate women. That's why they trying to get the wombs and shit. And you gotta wonder where they getting it from, because a dead womb don't
They
work.
secretly hate females, but they want to be a female. They secretly hate them, but y'all want to get a womb like them and get titted like them, and y'all want to mimic them and talk like them and do your hands and stuff
It's no
like a
different.
black
It's
woman.
no.
You feel me?
It's no different than this extreme feminist movement. Like you hate men, but a lot of y'all are studs and dress and act like men and try to do everything that a man could
Come
do. But you
on
hate a
now,
man though. Why are you trying to do
but you
everything that we
hate
can
my.
do if you hate everything about us? That don't make sense.
That's
Well,
how you know, like
all these movements don't make sense no more. I don't even fuck around.
it's
Don't
bro.
none of
They
them
just
make sense.
screaming at each other for nothing at this point. They fighting over a fetish. They
But
really fighting over a fetish, bro. That's your
that's
fetish.
it.
You trying to force your fetish on everybody and try to make us feel like you got your fetish rights. Motherfucker, we fight for our lives out here. We getting shot down and beat and shit. Our women getting raped and shit. Motherfucker, you fighting over your fetish, motherfucker.
Man, you
This shit
fighting
is
over
not the
your
same.
fetish, nigga. Our people coming up with
That's what it
organs
is
missing
though.
and shit.
In reality, bro, it's just a sexual fetish, bro. They're fighting over a
That's it.
sexual fetish.
All of it is just
That
a
shit ain't got nothing
sexual
to do with
fetish, bro.
we fighting over rights. We fighting over rights of humans. We fighting over the rights of life in general. Y'all fighting over you want to be with him and he want to be with you and nigga, man, take that shit on somewhere. That ain't got shit to do with us, bro. That's motherfucker.
I'm
That's
like,
Satan, motherfucker. Get that shit
I'm
on, man.
sitting here,
The
I'm
fuck?
sitting here like this shit. See, like you look at all these movements, bro. Now, all of them don't mean nothing no more. They don't benefit the kids at all. Like, how does any of these movements push the kids forward? Like, how does your
At all.
fetish help? How does your fetish help my kid learn
What
about
I
who
have
they
shit
are?
want to be a girl. Only thing this shit did was make little boys think they can be princesses. What the fuck? Now you got Dwayne Wade telling his son he a princess. What the fuck going on? You
Man,
ain't
keep
even get
that
that
behind
child
closed
a
doors.
chance.
I feel like, bro, if it's like, bro, if it's like that, man, keep that shit behind closed doors. But you know that that's part of the agenda because they got to use our influence to push everything, and our people don't
Right,
understand the power behind influence. Like everybody be looking for these superpowers we got, and I'm like, bro, you can use it every day. It's your influence, and they don't like that
right.
because that's out of all the stuff they took from us, they cannot take our influence over the world. Like we sitting here talking about we from Africa. Africa's waiting on us to wake up. Like nigga, no y'all not, but we waiting on
Ain't
y'all
it?
because America's the old world and y'all the gods and y'all the royal family of everywhere. We waiting on y'all. I done heard so many Africans and seen so many TikTok videos of them saying that like nigga, we waiting on y'all. We know who y'all are. Y'all still
The
beefing
Africans,
over each
but
other. And a lot
the Africans,
and a lot of us inside the woke community are ex game bangers to the point that a lot of us still got the game banging ways to the point we banging on knowledge and shit. Like, bro, goddamn.
real.
I thought we was
Hey,
done with the game banging
bro.
life, bro. How we game banging
On
on
God,
information
bro.
now, nigga? Like
It's the
niggas is
same
flagging
mentality,
books
bro.
and shit.
This the same mentality, but these niggas game banging. They just game banging in the form of knowledge now. That's it. They
Man,
still banging. They just banging in the form with knowledge. That's all they doing
that's
right now,
it.
bro. On God.
Niggas is flagging out here and like, nigga, what the fuck?
But I always tell people though, we all different tribes though. That's why the unity, the melanated unity can't really happen because we already like different tribes. We just look the same skin color wise, but we're not the
Yup.
same people. But when it comes to this knowledge shit, bro, and you see the agenda, I see the agenda that this pale man trying to push right now, especially in California, and LA right now. The reason why they targeting them people in LA, them black people, because they know that's Khalifa children. So if they can
Yeah,
get Khalifa children to act a ass, man, I can get all these motherfuckers to act a ass. You feel what
bruh.
I'm saying? They got Khalifa children acting gay, doing dumb shit,
Now,
killing each other, fighting each other. That's
and
Khalifa
I'm a
children over there in LA doing that shit right now. All that shit in LA, them is Khalifa kids acting retarded.
And I'm gonna tell
Them
people
Khalifa
this
children.
too. All my people from California who tuning in, like that shit's for real. Like the tribe of Khalifa, that is y'all right there. Like Khalifa, and when we say California, guy, remember again, if all of the Southeast was called Florida, and then all of this part here was Virginia, all this section here, and then the Mexico territory was Khalifa had the Mexico territory. This is why when you in
Right.
California, a lot of your streets name is Sacramento and California. Like like Khalifa had the Mexican territory because who are the original Mexicans, man? The real Mayans.
Right.
There's like Khalifa tie into the Mayans and it's so deep like that too. Because the Mayans made their way out west. They went up west, out west in Utah and everything. Like they literally Khalifa children, just like you said, because Khalifa had
They
she
found
had a
gold.
tribe. She had a
About the
tribe of
gold rush.
she, man.
Hey,
They
remember
like
that
she had
gold
a
rush
tribe
shit?
of all Amazon women, and you talking
Right.
about 20, 30,000 deep, like, and they all had kids.
And then they stole her gold. Talking about the gold rush. Motherfucker, y'all stole Khalifa gold. Ain't no damn gold rush, motherfucker. You stole Khalifa's gold. You found her gold that was hidden and
Hmm.
y'all stole it. Talking about
Yep,
a gold rush. Always
for
stealing
real.
some shit.
Always stealing something. And it's crazy because when you think about Khalifa and all the Amazon who had children, it makes you think about who were the fathers.
Right. Who would have remember, bro, remember they really scared of black men, bro. They fear us, bro. They scared of us more than anything. When they
So
see a tall big brother, they be like, they
So if
just look
our
up like who
women,
in there?
so if our women was that strong and had all that gold and everything, what did the men had who she was married to, and all of them was married to. Then them
Right. What were them kings at? Them warriors,
them
them warrior
emperors,
gods at?
the caciques. You know what I'm saying? What them folks said?
Cause
Shit,
remember,
crazy.
bro, we not our wives. We better than our wives. Khalifa them, that was just our wives. We the chiefs and the kings and the lords and the gods and shit.
And
We
they
the
ran off
motherfuckers that came and lightning bolts start striking the ground and shit when we walk and shit. They know
and,
who we are, bro.
and
They gotta
Khalifa,
keep us docile and game banging and
Khalifa
shit.
and,
If we
and
really stop doing all that dumb shit, bro, and we get back into our spiritual root, bro, we can call a storm. We will literally walk outside and make the storms come again, bro. Gee, shit, bro. We can
man,
make the earth heat up if we want to, bro. If the suns come together like they supposed to, we can make the whole earth heat up again, bro.
hell
Fuck
yeah.
some shit up.
Everybody feeling now. Everybody feeling now. Like these solar flares, bro. The Earth been hit by so many solar flares in the past 3 years than I ever seen in my 32 years of living. Dog. I was like, and every time a solar flare hit, some more people wake up. Some more people wake up.
Facts.
Some more knowledge is released. Like we get this burst of energy out the blue. It's like this shit's weird. Like it's a weird feeling going on. I mean, I know I ain't the only one that's feeling this shit. Like I feel antsy or something, like anxious, and I just be chilling. I'm like, bro, what the fuck wrong with me?
Right. Because remember, bro, we the ones supposed to be transforming into the armor of God. We is.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody can't transform into the armor of God. Only the ones that
No,
was truly righteous gonna transform into that armor of God. Everybody can't get powers, bro. It's not fitting for everybody. It's not
nah.
fitting. It's just like everybody not fit to be a king or a queen. It's just not
And
fitting to certain people.
it's funny you said that because I seen a post today when it was just like it was like a little joke post or whatever, but the question was like, what would you do if you had superpowers? Would you be a hero or a villain? And I went to the comments. You'll be surprised at how many people picked the villain. And I was like, and this is why this this is why you are not chosen.
Facts,
Because
bro.
you'll be a villain. You you'll do the
You
wrong shit.
eight. You can't operate out of hate because they forgetting our Elohim is still love.
Hmm. That's it. For real. Hey, fam, let me go ahead and get through this lesson though. I got a couple more slides before I wrap it up. I ain't trying to keep people on here too long. Our big dog froze. Okay. That was what's up right up. All right, let's go ahead and get to it. All right, let's get back to it real quick. All right. Now, remember Queen Charlotte? They was talking about how she was a mulatto, or they thought that she was a mulatto. She, white passing mulatto. Remember what I just said that there was mulattoes and mixed people, biracial people who were white passing and everything like that. She was one of them. And there's a lot when you look at a lot of these old pictures and you think, oh, that's just a Caucasian. No, a lot of them were white passing biracial people. A lot of them were albinos and everything like that. See, that's the trickery that they do, and that shit. But here she is though. Check this out. She was a princess from Germany who became British queen after marrying King George III, and many historians believe Queen Charlotte had African ancestry. We already established she does. They married in 1761, and Charlotte was the other of two British monarchs, George and William. And it's been argued that despite coming from Germany, Queen Charlotte was descended from a melanated branch of Portuguese royal family. So, okay, so, hijack. So now, which one is it? African ancestry or Portuguese? We already know it was in Portugal and Spain. Those was the Moors. Ah, African is code word for Moor. Now, I'm gonna do a video on it. I'm gonna say it again. African is code word for Moor for folks. Because you gotta think about North Africa. So now they love to say West, but you got to think there's a such thing as Northwest. Look at a map. Look at the American map. Northwest would be Washington and Alaska and some parts of California and Utah and all that type of stuff. I think Utah and all that type of stuff. So there's a such thing as Northwest and Northwestern. So they were like West Africa, but what they don't tell you is Northwest Africa. And when you go northwest of Africa, you run into Portugal and Spain and Morocco and Mauritania and all that type of stuff. If they come in to grab people from West Africa, why not go northwestern Africa, and why not definitely go to Portugal and Spain since you want to ethnic cleanse anyways? Okay, so now we know that she comes from Moorish or Moor ancestry. It ain't just any old Africa ancestry. Africa is a whole landmass. You gotta be specific. But they got specific when they dropped the gem of Portugal, 1700s. We already know about the Portuguese royal family. Portuguese royal family. Okay, Moors. So now, Alfonso III of Portuguese conquered the city from the Moors. There you go. Let's flip the page real quick. No, she's a Moor. As a British queen who married King George. She started off as a Moor princess in Germany, then Portugal, because Moors was everywhere. British, that's who she is. Okay, now white passing, right, and still a Moor. All right, peak game. So now, of the royal family, Portugal, Alfonso III, Portugal conquered the city from the Moors, Muslims from North Africa who lived in modern-day Spain and Portugal during the Middle Ages in the 13th century. Alfonso was thought to have had 3 children with the city governor's daughter. Alfonso. And their sons, Alfonso, he's married, is so said to have married into a family with melanated ethnicity. Okay, so let's run this down. She is a Moor from Portugal, royal family, Portuguese royal family. Portuguese royal family. Alfonso of Portugal, which is probably her father, conquered the city from the Moors and Muslims of North Africa who lived in that day. No, that's not her father. There's just some dude who conquered Portugal. So her family was a melanated branch of Portuguese royal family. It's a branch, so it's a lot of melanated Portuguese royal family. And Alfonso III came to Portugal. He conquered the city from them. He took their land from them. He had children one of his sons named Alfonso Shiro, I know I butchered it, is said to have married into a family with melanated ethnicity. So he married into a Moor's family. Remember in the beginning of the live when I told you what the Anglo-Saxons did? A lot of them married inside Moors and royal family so they can have ties to lands and certain things, and you know what I'm saying, because they were, Slavic and slaves and Anglo-Saxons, and they didn't have, you feel me? So he and his wife founded the Portuguese house of Sousa Cicero, I know I butchered that again, which had many descendants, including Queen Charlotte. Okay, so she is a descendant from Alfonso, who conquered from the Moors and everything. She was one of many descendants, Queen Charlotte. So she was the offspring of Moor and Anglo descendant, and that's how she became the mulatto white passing queen of British and Britain and stuff like that. So you know what I'm saying? Shit happens. You feel me? Meet Rosa, Rebecca, and Augusta. These are emancipated slave children of New Orleans. They are white. So, I mean, slave can't mean us only if I'm finding all these pictures of white slave children. Huh. And we talking about pictures. I ain't talking about no drawings. So we talking about what late 1800 when the camera was created? Okay, I'm just saying. Emancipated slave children. Abraham Lincoln freed what slaves? Because the American Indians were already free. So what slaves he emancipated, huh? Huh. And he was a Melungeon, so he can choose his European ancestry or his Germanic ancestry, because his grandfather was from Germany. Pretty sure he was Anglo-Saxon because you were Melungeon, so therefore you had to have Anglo, Moor, and American Indian inside you to become a Melungeon. So when you connect the dots, he emancipated who again? Because American Indians was already free. Moors was already free. They was called the free persons of color. So I'm just saying, emancipated slave children. Huh. Okay. I'm just saying real quick. I'm just saying though. I feel like Billy Bob and Catherine and Connor and Tyler and Hunter and all them, I think they got a history that they don't want people to know. They only want you to be synonymous with slavery, but This somebody great grandma. This somebody great great grandma right here, bro. This somebody is a descendant of her. And I'm just saying, like, not indentured servant now. We talking about slave for a lifetime. I'm just saying, though. See, this what I'm saying by the transatlantic slave trade and all the slavery stores and all that type of stuff and all the white and black beef and hate and all that type of stuff. That shit didn't exist like that. Not till recent. A lot of this shit is recent. Shout out Jim Crow. A lot of this shit is recent. Shout out Jim Crow. A lot of this shit is recent. Jim Crow. 1890s. Jim Crow, what, 1920? Huh. 1900. 10, 20. Like 30 years after this. Jim Crow. Huh. When did all this beef between so-called white folks and so-called black folks begin? When did the fear start happening? Who did that? Who put that fear in your mind? Who told you you was African and who told you that you was superior than him when y'all both were slaves at this point in time? Who told you that? Huh? Who told you that? And we talking about Louisiana, close by Texas. Shout out Juneteenth. Natchez Indian, American Indian, maybe more descendant, maybe a hybrid. I don't know. I just be pulling up these pictures and I just let my mind wander real quick and just try to put in the places and pieces of all the books and everything that I done read and checked out and shit real quick. And then, think about the stories that they done told me as a kid growing up going to school, which I feel like a lot of people should be out here a lot of parents should be out here trying to sue the school system for lying to your kids. When February hit, they quick to tell you that you a slave and this person owned you. When both of these people are slaves, who owned who? The elites, because only the elites can have colonies at this time in the 1800s. When the Moors had it, everything was still thriving, everything was still cool. It wasn't no such thing as slavery. It was indentured servitude. You got to work off what you pay. You know what I'm saying? I came out my pockets to, you know what I'm saying? Like all that type of shit, you got to pay me back. Indentured servitude. Okay, cool. Employment. You going to your 9 to 5. That's what it was when the Moors had it. You just woke up and went to work. That's all it was. But when a certain group of people came, all that changed. And it got real brutal. Real violent. A lot of COINTELPRO. A lot of putting one against the other going on. People's benefits, for people's pockets, for people's fake and stolen inheritance. They had to brainwash y'all. Our Roots ain't tell you about this, did it? Of course not, because Roots is fake. A lot of our people never heard of no slave trade until they seen the movie Roots and Armistead and shit like that. Why? Because your grandmama ain't got no slave story because you wasn't no slave. Everybody grandmama who told you that you was an American Indian, she can't tell you no slave story. She can tell you everything about the tribal name, where the tribe came from, the food, the language you spoke, who did what, who came from what, who married who, what names changed, what plantations, and everything like that. Like my grandmama told me, my grandma had 2 plantations. You got the Cherry Hill plantation and you got the Southworth plantation that my ancestors came from, but neither one of them were slaves though. She never heard no slave story. Nobody got whipped, nobody got beat, nobody got nothing, like none of that back then. Because we was already free. A lot of those plantations were just farms. Plantation don't mean where slavery, wordplay, words and spells. Just like colony don't mean slavery is not synonymous with slavery, but that had you do thinking that when you hear colony, you instantly think whipping and slavery. No, like a colony of ants worked together to build an empire. That's what a colony was at first. all that extra mistreatment of human people, that was people's own evil energy and shit like that. That ain't had nothing to do with that. So our people was free. A lot of them plantations we own. Not with humans on them, but the so-called plantations that they said in the so-called slave books that they tell you was just your siblings and your ancestors being rescued. You still had to work for them back in the day, so you had to technically go down as a slave, but that don't mean that's how you were treated. You gotta really dig into these stories, man. These folks be lying about a lot of shit. Plantation ain't nothing but a farm, and a lot of our ancestors were sharecroppers. A lot of our ancestors were sharecroppers. A lot of us owned them farms. That's what it was. So, yeah, man. Let's go ahead and flip this thing. Got a couple more slides for y'all. I ain't gonna keep y'all too long. This is Chicago right here. It's a woman with her kids. These are sisters. See, my Mexican brothers and sisters, let me talk to y'all. So I'm talking about the original ones. I'm talking about those who know who you are type shit. Let me tell y'all something. When I tell y'all that we are related and we are the same people, this is literally what I mean. Because these are sisters. Now think big. She would be listed as a Hispanic Latino today. Or mulatto. Judging by the fro, y'all know what she would have went down as. But these are sisters. You feel me? And that's how they did us to this day. A lot of us are related. Don't get the phenotype and the skin color shit twisted. It ain't, at a point in time, it stops being about that and starts being about the DNA and the genetics and the culture and the tradition and how much one resembles the other and the similarities and stuff like that. I don't believe in coincidences. I don't believe in coincidences. There's no way in hell my grandmama in Georgia had the same shit, said the same phrases and everything as somebody else grandmama way in California. We had my grandmama had the same couch with the same plastic on it, cooked the same food that your grandmama cooked, had the same American Indian store that your grandmama had and everything. There's no way. I don't believe in coincidences. How is that possible? If we all not part of the same tribe or had some type of affiliations with the same tribe a long time ago. How's that possible? We all went on the same plantation. A lot of us weren't even on plantations. Come on, man. How? My grandmama, and early in the live, I told you there's 8 different people I'm related to with different last names. 8 different people, and they all got kids. And they kids probably all got kids. How big is your family? Your grandmama told you come from a big family, right? A lot of us be thinking, oh, second cousins, third cousins. You know that list go long to 30th cousins and 40th cousins. A lot of us got 100th cousins. Think about it. 5 generations is 128 or whatever, you know what I'm saying, ancestors to make you, because everybody had somebody and it's big like that. So how many cousins do you really have in one tree branch? You got like 100 plus different cousins. Think Obama. Obama is older than a lot of us on here. I'm 38. Obama like down there 50, 60 years old. George Bush and all them is like his 40th cousin and shit like that, 50th cousin. So that's his 40th and 50th and 30th cousin, and that's him. Me at 32, I know I at least got 80th cousins floating around this thing. You know what I'm saying? that I don't know. There's a lot of Joneses out here in the world. There's a lot of Pernills. There's a lot of Rhodes. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of Dooleys out here. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of them. You be sitting there like, damn, how big is my family? Your family big as shit. Some of your family down there in Mexico. A lot of us OGs who remember when I posted the video of my grandmama talking about the Blackfoot and everything, and her sister, and she said her baby sister can pass as a Puerto Rican. It means she can pass as Hispanic or Latino. That's because we all are this. Bro, come on, man. There's brothers and sisters in the black community that look just like brothers and sisters in the Hispanic community. I be looking at them, I'm like, bro, you got some Hispanic in you? Nah, nigga, I'm pure nigga. Like, goddamn, bro, you can pass for a Hispanic, my nigga. Like, we got that in our community, and I done seen some essays. I'm like, hold on, nigga. You look like, and then you start thinking about Mexican territory, the Louisiana Purchase, La Florida. Then you start thinking about Queen Khalifa and all these other melanated tribes and shit that was around. You think about these territories that these folks was at in Rome. Do you be like, hold on, man? Why you think they don't want us together? They most definitely COINTELPRO. They most definitely COINTELPRO us and the Mexicans, bruh. They most definitely want us to beef. They most definitely did that. How the fuck we go from helping each other in the 18 and 1700s of being free and fighting back and saving the land to the point where a lot of us don't really like each other for real, and you don't even know why. You can't say gang banging because a lot of us don't, bruh. I've never gang banged against a Mexican before. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I can't say that that's where that came from. Where the animosity come from? They did that. COINTELPRO. They did that shit. They need to keep us away from y'all and keep y'all away from us because black and brown is melanin. We the same people. So that census of quote unquote black people being 18% or 13% or whatever, then you got the Mexicans and they try to separate us and shit like that. We the same people. That number goes up. That number goes up. That number goes up. And God forbid that we all start thinking about this this unity and this mindset like that, because then that's another plan of theirs backfire. They want the Mexicans to hate us and be racist towards us because when they go extinct, they want somebody to still control the reins of trying to get us out the picture. Not knowing that we the same people. Only thing different is that a Spaniard got to you and the English got to some of us and the French got to the other part of us, and we talking about Anglo-French and Anglo-British, and we talking about Anglo-Spaniards. We ain't talking about authentic ones, you feel me? Keep up with the story that I painted for y'all all through these months and years and shit. Because look who get the privilege now. So yeah, so the only thing different is that them people got to us. We the same people. Do the same shit. Man, come on. Quit playing with me. Quit playing with me. Trace your genealogy. I guarantee a lot of y'all got a whole bunch of melanated people in your family that look just like me and look just like plenty of my sisters out here. When you find your great-great-grandmama, or your great-grandmama, come on, man. You'll start calling us wabos and your jaw gonna drop. A lot of them stop calling us wabos if you peep game. That's because some of them probably done finally dug into them books and seen what we was talking about. Was like, damn, a lot of them got quiet real quick. You don't hear them no more. You don't. This my new page. I ain't blocked nobody. Singing Bear still open and floating around and shit somewhere. He don't fuck with me. He don't fuck with me. He already know what the business is. But a lot of them done calmed down because they done finally dug and was like, damn, these niggas. They for real. They for real. This shit's for real. Yeah, bro. If the Chinese discovered that they are closely related to us, what does that mean for you? Think about that. You right here next door to us. If this man all the way across the ocean in the far east coast and find out that he got our blood, what does that mean for you who's right here next door to us? We've been mixing for centuries. For real. Let me catch up in the comments real quick. Synchronized. We all synchronized in here. Hey, you always welcome Isha Bay 7. I hope I said that right, bro. You always welcome to the live, man. The real little homies by blood. Make sure you listen, like, for real. This is why they can come with all this animosity to us. And here's another reason. They can come with all this animosity to us. They be calling us all type of wild boy. They be disrespecting us like crazy. We know that y'all are little brothers. We ain't got no hate towards y'all. I have yet seen any one of us like really get real aggressive with y'all. We just drop more information and more books. We ain't gonna call you out your name. We ain't gonna disrespect your family, your grandmama, nobody like that, bro. It's all peace and love. You literally are little brothers by blood, bro. Cousins by blood. Like, for real. Like, ain't no hate on our thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't no hate. Y'all better stop playing these people game. Y'all better give these people their game back and come back, man, for real. Trying to tell you. Yeah, we're more passive aggressive. Yeah. Mexican guy from Cali told me I remind him of his grandma. Said down to the afro. You'll find those who know what's up, and they be the coolest ones because they're what's up. But it's a lot of them who don't. You know what I'm saying? There is a number of them who don't know their genealogy, just like there's a number of us who don't know our genealogy, and those be the ones that be trying to fight you tooth and nail. And you be like, bro, just do your genealogy, dog. That's all we telling you to do, and read a couple of books, and then your brain gonna do the rest. Like, just like Big Dog was on the live, like when you get the knowledge, it's like you've been here before. Like, I promise you, your brain will do the rest. Like, when I thumb through these books, I feel like I've been there before because I have. Remember, your brain holds more memory than the world's supercomputer. DNA holds memory. Water holds memory. Your body is 70 to 80% water, so you got a lot of memory just off the water alone that's inside of you. And in your DNA is synchronization codes that you get from both parents. So you got memory from your daddy's side of the family, which is his parents, which is, man, all these ancestors that you got inside your DNA, you got all that memory. And that's why when you start reading certain books, some shit, you be like, bro, damn, I feel like I've been here before. I feel like I already read this before. Like, you just start having deja vu, man. Deja vu is that damn that Oshkosh record, man. Like, you have did this because as many melanated people walk around talking about, I ain't my ancestors. Yes, you are. You're a clone. Do you know what a clone? You are literally nature's clone. You are your ancestors, literally. You think your DNA is memory. And if your DNA makes up you, then you're made up of memory. If water to 80% water and water makes you up, you are memory. You are a walking computer with records and shit. Are you that? And man, look, gotta pay attention. Even when our sisters be being goofy and they like to do that old English accent that a lot of them like to do, they pulling from memory to have that accent because a lot of us are the Royal Europeans. So they're pulling from that DNA of where the accent is, and this is why you can do accents well. You can sound like you from British. Some people got a nice ass Mexican accent and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like you can be around a race one time and you can imitate them real good. You know what I'm saying? We even do it to the Chinese. I'm like, God damn, nigga, that shit was good in the motherfucker. You like, bro, I don't know where that shit came from. Your records, your DNA, that frequency. You are energy, vibration. You can hear something one time and you can mimic that shit. You can see something one time and you can mimic. Boy, you a whole ass computer out here and you walking around here talking about you a human. Boy, you a whole ET. Ain't shit human about you. You a whole ET. You are an extravagant terrestrial. You a whole ET. These troops be seeing our people in the sky all day. You ETs. I'm waiting on the alien invasion. Boy, that alien invasion happened when God, the Elohims, put us here. That was the alien invasion. We got a real one coming soon. I ain't talking about that Project Bluebeam. I'm talking about that, yeah. You heard me? But not right now, though. It's gonna come. 2050 is gonna be a magical year. Somebody become the minority or extinct. Boy, that's gonna be a magical year. Mark my words. When we hit 60 and 70 years old, like Los, you called it. Yeah, something about 2050. It's gonna be magical as shit about that one. I'm trying to tell you. But you know, first Europeans, okay, Cheddar Man and all them, okay. Just want to flip through these because a lot of people haven't seen these. Because I done read all the European stories all day, so now pictures. First European. You know what I'm saying? Indians of the Mississippi tribe. The governor. 1814. You know what I'm saying? This is how they depicted these folks. 1814, camera wasn't invented yet, so everything was paintings. So you literally had to paint what you seen. How did this turn into this? Sometimes you gotta end how you start. So recap of everything we talked about today so we can understand. We talked about how the Anglo-Saxons invaded, took over the throne, you know what I'm saying, to become what we see now. We understand how everything happened, who's who, what, who mixed in mulattoes and albinos. We seen where they came in with their little evasion and stuff like that. You heard me? All the roads point to us. Got a lot of our shit took it. And I say that to say this because it's crazy. The day we wake up be the day we do it because people right now inside the low vibrating state that our people are in, they will kill you over $10, but they will not raise a finger over 20 million acres of land and over $1 billion of resources and shit like that. That's like somebody breaking into your house, stealing all your money, but you killed a nigga for stealing your house shoes. You feel me? That shit crazy, right? It's crazy. Whole ass identity. I'm talking about whole ass identity. You talking about some skin walking. What is identity theft? And they got the nerve. They talking about identity theft, and they got the nerve to persecute people for identity theft. Y'all, if y'all ever caught on to the laws that these folks created, it's the same. They are banning and outlawing and creating laws to make shit illegal. The same shit that they did to get to where they at. You go to jail if you're stealing. Well, I mean, goddamn. You go to jail for identity theft. Well, goddamn. You know what I'm saying? You go to jail for scamming. Well, goddamn. Who's gonna enforce the laws? The slave catchers. Y'all know without the police, these folks is terrified. I'm talking about terrified. This is why they all so quick to call the police. Even the swollest Anglo-Saxon will call the police on you. It's because he's scared. What are you scared for, bro? What you scared of? The most dangerous person on the face of this earth is a melanated woman and a melanated man with knowledge and know how to apply the knowledge. What you scared of? Okay. We talking about people who will swim with sharks, wrestle with bears, put their head in lions' mouths, and bungee jump and skydive and do all type of shit. But will lock their car door when you walk past them and clutch their purse and shit like that, thinking you gonna steal from them. That's that guilt. They done stole from you, so they think you gonna do the same thing to them. They done took everything from you, so they think you gonna do the same thing to them. They project their guilt onto you, onto us. They project their guilt. They project their history and try to make it your history and my history. And you guys came from monkeys and you guys are inferior. And you know what I'm saying? Like, you guys did all of this type of shit. You know, you guys didn't have no civilization. Y'all was primitive, and you didn't build the pyramids. We built the pyramids, even though that we're catching skin cancer right now in that area. But we built the pyramids, though. These folks, and I wish a lot of my people didn't have to go into indentured servitude every day, Monday through Friday, because I know it's against our will for us to send our kids to that indoctrination school to be lied to. But the best thing is this: give your kids the information and knowledge that you're just now receiving. So when they go into these people's school, they can play the game how it go, but they can protect their mental at the same time. And they don't get indoctrinated. You know what I'm saying? Teach them to still play the game to win, but keep your mind, because this school and this system, they want your mind. They want to take it. They want to leave the body. They want to leave the shell, but they want your mind, your brain, your consciousness holds more than a super computer. All that quantum computer shit that they got and they colliding, your brain and your pineal gland holds more than that. Think about that. These folks is opening portals with the machine, and your brain does more than that. Take the mind, leave the body. We want the mind. We can use the mind. We can use the influence. We can use all that. We can also use your body, though, for a workhorse till it break down and we don't need you no more. We're going to grab one of these young folks that you've been raising for us into this system, and they're just going to automatically do it. Because a lot of us have been taught to be indentured servants and indentured servants before we are self-determined. The first thing our community do when our kids turn 16 to 18, go get a job. Go be an indentured servant. You're going to pay some bills around this motherfucker if you're going to live in our roof, or you got to get out. That's slave mentality. That's slave mentality, man. And that's their mentality. Our ancestors never did our children like that. That's their mentality. You feel me? No. So we gotta start teaching our kids to be self-determined and ambitious and creators again, inventors again. And you are an alchemist. You can manifest the life you want. You gotta apply the action and stuff like that, because prayer without action is nothing, and a vision without a dream and action is nothing. So you can manifest it to come into fruition. You just have to trust the process, walk by faith and not by sight. Be careful of your choices out here in these streets, because even though you got free will, you still got consequences with each decision that you make of your free will of choice. There's still a consequence behind each one of your actions. Universal law of action. For every action is a reaction. You know what I'm saying? And you are energy, so that most definitely apply to you. So for every action, manifestation, there's a reaction. You got that power, alchemy, man. You got that power. You come from the creator. That means you are a creator yourself. This is why we procreate. We procreate. Once again, melanated women, this abortion fight is not yours. We procreators. We create. That's what we do. Gotta get our kids into that, because the kids is the future, and your future is only as bright as your kids. But the present and the parents have to set up the future for success. Not only physically, but spiritually and morally, because it's a moralist ass world out here. This is, look, man, this shit. A lot of parents don't have that talk with their kids, and they just sit them out here in this world, man. Look, it's wolves out here. You'll get eaten, man. There's demons out here. There's succubuses. There's incubuses. There's wolves out here, man. It's all energy, vampires, all type of shit out here in the world, man. When you leave that shelter, you gotta protect yourself. A lot of people spiritually dead, so they don't protect themselves spiritually. They just out here, just a shell. Only focus on material stuff. Don't even care about spiritual. They don't even protect themselves spiritually, so they open for all type of spiritual warfare and stuff, and psychological warfare, because spiritual warfare and psychological warfare are most definitely connected thanks to your pineal gland. Man, they open for all type of spiritual attacks. Just because they don't bleed no more. Shit sad. Teach your kids, man. We got to do better so we can see better. But yeah. So how I am, look, man. So now we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up. So everybody, if you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, please subscribe to the YouTube channel. You feel me? Let's go ahead and get these numbers up. Yes, transfer the TikTok numbers to the YouTube numbers, so I can start going live on YouTube, and we can speak freely in everything that we can speak on. I need 1,000 subscribers to start going live on. You feel me? So just get this number up to 1,000. And then, we're gonna let the rest do what it is. But I know I got a solid 1,000 folks who can go ahead and slap that subscribe button for your homie, you feel me? So we can go ahead and get live, so we can really talk and drop stuff that we can say what we want without trying to get banned and censoring ourselves and everything like that. So with that being said, this is my YouTube channel, Signs Up for the Conscious Mind. Got 182 videos. You can binge watch for days. We got hour videos, got 30-minute videos, got 4-minute videos, got 2-minute videos, got shorts, whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? Guaranteed I'll help your day go by if you at work and you can pop out the phone and watch something. And most definitely check out the Yakub video that's on there. As soon as you go here and go to the video, it's the first video. Check out the Yakub video. Them numbers going up. A lot of people like that. So I think I might have to touch on Yakub one more time. And so I appreciate that one. Because we know Yakub and Jacob are the same people. And his name got changed to Israel. And all his descendants is real light, because it is real light. Light being information and knowledge, and connected to the source, because the source is light, the light is source, the source is the sun is the light, is the portal, it's the highest thing. They call it the sun, the soul. We all got a soul, and we are children of the sun, and we are creators. Come on, man. And we got reptilian DNA. That's why we sun gaze and we like to sunbathe, just like reptilians like to sun gaze and sunbathe. Shout out to that plum circuit. Check out to the YouTube and everything like that. And if anybody would like to do any donations to the channel and everything, money sign King Low 706 is the cash out. You feel me? Anything and everything help to get the YouTube jumping and the platform going. You heard me? So with that being said, I'm gonna holler at y'all next Wednesday night at 8:15. I got a lot of videos I'm gonna drop for y'all, guarantee. I was working them up. I'm gonna go ahead and drop it and flood these folks like that. And I'm gonna holler at y'all again. So with that being said, we're gonna end this on a high vibration. You know what I'm saying? Peace, love, and abundance. Practice serenity. Control what you can control. Let go of what you can't control, and have the wisdom to know the difference, so you can balance or erase any bad karma or negative energy that you may accumulated in your past life and your present life, so your future can be magical. And all my first timers, most definitely hit that follow button on the tip top. Most definitely go hit the Signs Up for the Conscious Mind. And all my OGs, go ahead and support your boy, and I'm gonna holler at y'all again. Appreciate it. Thanks for all the likes and all the gifts, and I'm gonna holler at y'all.